Communications.
It's state tournament time in Lincoln, and this week all the excitement takes place in the pool. For these young athletes, this is the pinnacle of their season, the culmination of months of intense training, of sacrifice, and amazing dedication. Today, all their hard work has brought them to the home of the Huskers to see who is the very best.
Towards the end zone is Duggar. He'll score with a touchdown. A state record with great press.
Oh, nice move.
Aurora fans, a lot to cheer about.
Showing that tremendous speed going down that far sideline. Barlow.
Really looks good for him today. Kind of a high loper.
NETV Sports, Nebraska's home for sports, is live from the Bob Devaney Sports Center pool in Lincoln, Nebraska for the 2005 Nebraska High School State Swimming and Diving Championships. Hello again, everybody. I'm Larry Putney, and welcome to a very balmy pool at the Devaney Sports Center. This is the second of 4 consecutive weeks in which Nebraska high school athletes will be going for the gold. It's our third and final day of the State Swimming and Diving Championships, the day in which all of the swimmers are crowned champions here at the pool. Joining me once again, my broadcast partner, former Husker and Big 8 champ Matt Ryan. Matt, while we think the two champions are pretty much determined, there's still a great team race going on.
There's a great team race. Second to fourth on the boys is going to be pretty tight. Millard West is a solid second place, but Creighton Prep and Lincoln East will be fighting for third. On the girls' side, it's a repeat of the Heartland Conference. Crosstown rivals, Lincoln East, Lincoln Southeast, they are dead even coming into these finals, so we'll have a good team race.
And we'll keep close tabs on that, also keeping close tabs on terrific individual performances today.
We've got 5 individuals who are top seed in both of their events. And we're going to see some records, I believe, in a few of those events. Adam Beckman, Zach Samlin, both of those gentlemen have a good chance to set a state record today. On the girls' side, Marion's got 3 swimmers who are top seed in both of those events. Look for Karen Chris in that 200 IM. We should have a good day. My favorite race, though, is that 100 fly.
It should be an exciting day, but nowhere will it be more exciting than down in the pool. Ray Huppert, the former Nebraska women's swimming coach, is down. We call him the Dick Vitale of high school swimming. Ray.
You're always too kind to me, but yes, I got the best job in the world. I get to talk with all the winners after their events. You know, Matt, to highlight a little more about the team title, you know, Omaha Marion is going for number 6 in a row. No other girls' state championship team has ever made 6 in a row. Westside twice has won 5, so it's going to be a great meet. Larry, I'll bring you the interviews on the deck.
Thanks, Ray. History in the making from the 2005 Nebraska State High School Swimming and Diving Championships in Lincoln.
Nebraska is the only state served completely by publicly owned power. That means our success isn't determined by how well we serve stockholders, but by how well we serve fellow Nebraskans. It means Nebraskans working 24 hours a day to provide uninterrupted service and affordable electric rates to other Nebraskans. Always there when you need us. NPPD. Together with your local public power utility.
Programming on NETV is made possible in part by the Nebraska Soybean Checkoff. Soy biodiesel is a soy-based, clean-burning, renewable fuel that can be blended with petroleum diesel to help reduce America's dependence on foreign oil. Soy biodiesel, making a difference for soybean farmers and you.
Bryan LGH West is bringing advanced neuroscience technology to Nebraska, offering the state's first gamma knife radiosurgery to non-invasively treat brain tumors and severe facial pain, and working with Nebraska's only physician specially trained in coiling for brain aneurysms. Just 2 examples of our commitment to neuroscience care for Nebraskans and our neighbors. Bryan LGH, the first name in healthcare.
Coming soon to NETV. You're watching NETV and NETV Digital Television, a service of Nebraska Educational Telecommunications.
NETV sports coverage of the Nebraska State Swimming and Diving Championships is being carried live over the internet. If you know of friends or family who'd like to watch today's state meet and they don't have access to NETV, have them log on to our network website, netnebraska.org. Click sports, just follow the prompts to Nebraska State Swimming and Diving. They'll be able to watch all the action live on the internet. Welcome everybody inside the Devaney Sports Center pool. We're just minutes away from getting started with the 2005 State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. If you'd like a VHS tape or DVD of the Nebraska State Swimming and Diving Championships, log on to netnebraska.org, click the sports link, or you can call 1-800-228-4630. You'll be able to enjoy memories of the state meet for years to come. NETV is, of course, Nebraska's home for sports. We're also proud to be bringing you this NETV sports event in state-of-the-art, high-definition television where available. And if you have access to it, it is remarkable picture, remarkable clarity, and we're thrilled to be bringing you the first ever State High School Swimming and Diving Championships in high definition. The picture, absolutely fantastic. Well, 24 events will encompass this afternoon. The first event is the girls' 200-yard medley relay. This, the consolation final. There will be 2 heats in every event. So this, the consolation final before the final heat. In lane 3, Ralston Gross. Lane 4 will be Norfolk. Millard North in lane 5. Lane 6, Omaha Westside Elkhorn. Kearney is in lane 7, and Omaha Central in lane 8. Omaha Westside Elkhorn in lane 6 there, really dominating the competition yesterday. Matt Rye, led by Doug Krecklow. They've just done a fantastic job.
Westside's been dominant for many years. State championships since 1932, and to have 22 under your belt, that's a lot of championships.
So we're underway at the 2005 State Swimming and Diving Championships, the final day, the day that all the champions of the swimming events are crowned. And of course, this, the girls' 200-yard medley relay, down and back 4 times. You switch it up, first the backstroke, which you're seeing here, then the breaststroke, then the fly or the butterfly, and then the free. Freestyle will be the final leg.
And you'll see a lot of transition and lead changes here, Larry, because every 50 you're starting a new stroke, and it may be one team's strength. So look for a lead change anytime. These relays, by the way, they count double. So it's real important for these teams to come out strong, get off to the team race. Individual events are 16 points down to 1. The relays start at 32. So there's a lot of points on the line in this race.
You see there in lane 5, that's Millard North, led by Rich Draper, the head coach. Omaha Westside Elkhorn in lane 6. Megan Reynolds in the pool for Westside Elkhorn as she touches the wall. And now in for the third leg, the butterfly for Omaha Westside is Abby Headley, and for Millard North, Allison Wood, the sophomore.
Real good race developing on the outside. You'll see Ralston Gross. They've got a strong butterflyer here. It's also important to remember that the 7th place finish actually gets 2 more points than the 8th place finish. On a relay, it's double. They're actually going to get 4 points extra.
Going into the final 50, it's Millard North touching first, and this is the first consolation final of the afternoon. Natalie Vanderveen, the sophomore for Millard North, in the pool.
The other thing you'll see on these relays as the race goes on, it makes it difficult. They want to get a good lead early because the turbulence in the water is very difficult to swim through. A lot of waves, so you're further behind, it slows you down and gives you a disadvantage.
Vanderveen in lane 5 touches first, and Millard North wins the first event of the day, the girls' 200-yard medley consolation final. And as you said, an extra 2 points for finishing first in a consolation final. The way the scoring goes is in relay events, first place is 32 points. You go all the way down to 7th place, which is what you would finish if you won the consolation. You get 14 points for finishing 7th. You finish 8th, you get 10 points. So a bonus 2 points there for Millard North.
In the final heat here coming up, Larry, I got word from Omaha Marion coach Pat DeBase. He's done a relay switch at the last minute. He's put in a freshman butterflyer, Emily Frank. So look for her to swim that third leg.
And important, maybe now a good time to mention that the coaches do switch up swimmers frequently in these finals from yesterday to today. They qualify with one team, they'll switch one or two out.
They have the ability to list 8 swimmers, and they can use 4.
So here is the field in the girls' final of the 200-yard medley relay. Millard South in 3, West is in 4, Omaha Marion, the favorite, in lane 5, Southeast in 6, Lincoln East in 7, and in lane 8, Omaha Burke. And last year, you might remember Omaha Marion qualifying first, but finishing 3rd to start out the meet last year. Pat DeBase would much rather see his club get out to a hot start today, set the pace early, and in the water for Omaha Marion is Karen Chris, the junior.
Well, and as we said in the open, Larry, Marion is the favorite to win this event, but watch that second place finish. I think Millard West is going to want to come out strong on this. They've got Caitlin Arndt swimming the breaststroke as we speak.
And that was C.J. Bray touching first in the backstroke for Millard West. Omaha Marion, Samantha Lewis in lane 5. Millard West is in lane 4.
These legs also set up their individual events. You've got Caitlin Arndt in lane 4 for Millard West. Samantha Lewis for Omaha Marion. They got to go head-to-head later on.
Millard West finished 2nd of this event last year. Omaha Marion 3rd. Down in lane 6 is Lincoln Southeast, led by Coach Dave Peters. They were 5th of the event last year. And in the water for the fly, and out in front is Omaha Marion. And this is the freshman.
The freshman.
The freshman Emily Franks inserted into the lineup by Pat DeBase just before the race.
Caitlin Arndt on her breaststroke leg had a 29.65 split, so that's a nice swim on that medley relay. It'll set her up for the 100 breast.
And Emily Franks has opened up that lead for Omaha Marion. Colleen Chris, the junior from Marion, in the water. In lane 5 and the lead. Omaha Marion pulling away. Their time yesterday, 150.54. They need a 149.93 for automatic All-American consideration. And pulling away in lane 5, Colleen Chris will touch first in a time of 147.76. Good enough for All-American automatic consideration.
I tell you what, they've got to be happy with that time, because out of the 3 relays, the medley is probably their weakest relay. So to come out strong like that and put up a 147 is a good way to start the meet.
Well, and it was a tough decision for Pat DeBase to go with Emily Franks, the freshman, in the race, but certainly she was able to open that gap in the 3rd leg over Millard West, and Marion cruises to its first of what we are sure will be many victories here this afternoon at the Devaney Sports Center pool.
You might take note of that 3rd and 4th place finish. Lincoln Southeast was 3rd in that event. I'm sure that they're thinking that we'll get the ball rolling for the team race and try to close in on a 2nd place finish here.
Millard West finishing 2nd, followed by, as Matt said, Lincoln Southeast. So Omaha Marion takes the early lead, at least in today's scoring, with 32 valuable points in the girls' 200-yard medley relay. And so now we go quickly to the boys' 200-yard medley relay. Now this would be, of course, the consolation final. And these are your lane assignments for the consolation final. In lane 3, Grand Island. Lincoln Northeast is in lane 4, led by their transfer from Germany. North Platte in lane 5, Lincoln Southeast in 6. Norfolk is in lane 7, and in lane 8, Lincoln Southwest, the fledgling program there, doing well.
Real important, Larry, that they have it quiet for the start. These swimmers have prepared all year long to listen for that beep and the flash to get off the blocks quickly.
You will notice throughout the afternoon, very quiet before the start here at the Devaney Sports Center pool. North Platte in lane 5, Lincoln Southeast in lane 6. Also right there tied in lane 4 is Lincoln Northeast. Reed Sutton for Northeast in the pool. That's Dusty Johnson in lane 8 for Lincoln Southwest. And in the lead in lane 5, North Platte, Sean Shanahan, the junior, out in front. This the 2nd leg, the breaststroke.
Swimming for Northeast over in lane 4 is foreign exchange student Jonas came into the meet as our top seed, second seed in the event, and this has been a little overwhelming for Jonas. It's a big meet.
Well, Jonas said earlier this year that he wasn't used to practicing nearly as much as they do here in the States, and boy, has he taken off since transferring over as an exchange student from Germany. So in lane 5 for North Platte, that's Josh Jacobson, the sophomore, on the butterfly.
We'll see Josh a little later in the meet in that 100 fly. He's our top seed in the consolation final.
In lane 4 for Northeast, Marco Nikolek. Into the pool for the final leg of the 50 free. In lane 5 is North Platte's Jake Janik. Yesterday, 7 of the 11 boys events were best times in the state this year. So the boys were swimming fast last year. We have a tight race in lane 6. There's Lincoln Southeast, and at the touch, it's North Platte just edging out Southeast. A nice push there at the end by Southeast Nick Hartman.
Well, Nick Hartman has been strong all year in the sprint event. You'll see him in the top 6 later in the 50 free. That was a nice finish, just a little bit short, but he still moved up a place, so I'm sure Southeast will take that finish.
So in lane 5, your champion, North Platte, the team of Casey McNair, Sean Shanahan, Josh Jacobson, and Jake Janik winning it in this consolation final in the boys' 200-yard medley relay. Well, all throughout the afternoon, Ray will be joining us from deckside with state champs, and he has his first one of the afternoon. Ray.
That's right, our 200 medley relay champions, Omaha Marion. What a great start. With me is Karen Chris, who swam the backstroke. We have Samantha Lewis. We have Emily Franks and sister Colleen Chris. You know, you guys have really put together a great relay. I'll tell you what, last year you guys won the state championship, but you came in third. Was there a little revenge this year?
This year we wanted to make sure we got it done. We've been beat out of unexpectedly, and we just needed to get it done this year.
Now, Emily, you're the freshman on this relay team amongst all the upperclassmen. How'd you feel? It was a last-minute change.
It was a last-minute change, and it was great for me. I felt bad for Jackie and Jordy, who were going to be on it, but it was exciting. And just to go that fast, it was great, and it was good to be on it. So,
Colleen, it's got to feel great to have a lead going in.
It helps a lot knowing that you can't mess up that bad and that you'll just finish it up for the team.
Yeah.
And Samantha, breaststroke, you know, it was my stroke, so I'm partial to it. You just held in there real tight, getting all the way into the end, so the kids had a lead.
Yeah, I just felt like swimming my fastest and going out there and having fun.
All right, ladies, congratulations. I'm sure we're going to see Marion up here more. Back to you guys.
Hey, thanks, Ray. I didn't realize Ray had a stroke. I guess
I'd like to see him go head-to-head with Samantha.
Let's see it. So Omaha Marion, your state champions, and you heard Emily Franks, the freshman, giving credit to Jacqueline Smolinski, who helped him get here, and also Jordy Hager, two of the other members of that Omaha Marion relay. So Coach Pat DeBase gets off to a great start, and there they are in the medal stand, the first gold medals of the afternoon in the girls' 200-yard medley relay. Omaha Marion with a time of 1:47.76, and as we said, automatic All-American time. Sometimes we see fast prelims here at the state meet, other times we don't. They didn't really go out that hard yesterday, it didn't appear, but we're seeing a fast time already.
Marion swam through the prelims, and the advantage of having a fast team like they did, they held Erin Holtmeyer off of both of her relays yesterday. So,
well, here are the final results then of the girls' 200 medley relay. Omaha Marion finishing first, Millard West picking up those valuable 26 points for a second place finish. And there's your battle between Southeast and East, and Southeast nudges the Spartans for third in this event. Millard South finishing fifth, Omaha Burke in sixth. So now it's time for the boys' 200-yard medley relay. This is the final. Winner, 32 valuable points. And there you see the lane assignments in lane 3, Westside Elkhorn, and 4, Scottsbluff. Millard West in lane 5. Prep is in lane 6, followed by Lincoln East in 7, and Millard North in lane 8. And there is your state record time, 1:35.71, not in jeopardy in this race.
No, I'll tell you, this race is not going to be a close race. You're going to see a tight race second to fourth. Again, Creighton Prep and Lincoln East are going to go head-to-head on this. I'd look for a real close finish.
Eric Wright with a nice backstroke leg for Millard West. Puts Millard West in lane 5 out early. Now in the water for the Wolverines.
Millard West had a great prelim yesterday. They swam real well, but for them to go after the team title today, I think they were kind of hoping that Westside would slip, and that didn't happen.
They will touch first after the breaststroke, so now to the fly. In the pool for the butterfly for West is Kevin Horn. For Scottsbluff, Jordan Post. Jesse Murphy, the sophomore for Prep, is in lane 6.
Well, and you'll see Westside come into the race right now. Try to take command of that second place.
The outside is Westside Elkhorn in lane 3. So now the final leg in lane 5, and pulling away is Millard West. That's Brendan Zubrod, the senior from Millard West, who swims this final leg.
I tell you, Brendan Zubrod's got a big advantage. He's got clean water, and their lead is so great, there's nobody touching them. But look at second place finish.
So touching first will be Millard West, 138.14, with the race for second, and it's Prep finishing second, followed by Millard North. But the champion, Millard West Wolverines, in lane 5. And a happy group of parents.
Millard West has a lot to be proud of. I'll tell you, a second place finish today in the team championship to a strong Westside team would not be disappointing.
Way out in front was Millard West, so let's take a look at the finish. Clean water, as you said.
Brendan Zubrod finishes so nicely, fully extended, and look at that excitement. Still energy after swimming a 50.
And bettering yesterday's prelim time, they swam a 138.75 yesterday, 138.14 today. Well, the Nebraska High School State Swimming and Diving Championships on NETV Sports is made possible in part by the financial contributions for Nebraskans for public television. Become a member of MPTV by calling toll-free 800-634-6788 or log on to our network website at netnebraska.org and click membership. Show your support of NET's coverage of the State Swimming and Diving Championships by joining NPTV today. And we certainly know there were a lot of people around the state who could not get into this venue and watching at home today. Girls 200-yard free. The consolation final of the girls 200-yard free. Amy Beckhold in lane 3. Allison Bartle in 4. Katie Modlin in 5. Caitlin Hopkins in 6. Victoria Foreman in 7. And Lauren Ketchum of Papillion La Vista in lane 8. Third in the consolation final last year was Caitlin Hopkins. She's in lane 6, a sophomore from Omaha Marion with a slight lead to start it off.
You know, Larry, you mentioned the crowd that we have today, and the tickets were even harder to come by this year because last year the fire marshal had a little bit of concern about how many people were in here. So the NSAA appropriately were very stingy on deck passes for the athletes, and thus being there, it was a tough ticket.
Well, and the deck is much more clear. When you walk through the deck, we've had an easier time getting through this year than we did last year.
Well, I didn't check eBay to see if there were tickets, but there probably would have been a market.
It wouldn't have been surprising, that's for sure. In lane 6, that's Caitlin Hopkins, the sophomore from Omaha Marion. And so many of the alternates who would swim in relays were not able to get deck passes, so they had to sit in the stands yesterday because of the concerns of a crowded deck, which means fewer people in the stands and fewer parents and family and friends able to get in.
Also, the divers are in the stand. They couldn't even get a deck pass. So, you know, maybe over the years they'll get a little bit looser, but for now it's going to be a tough ticket.
Well, now the final 50 of the girls' consolation final of the 200-yard free, and in lane 6, still at the lead is Caitlin Hopkins of Omaha Marion.
You know, a lot of the swimmers that are in the 200 freestyle, they tend to be your distance swimmer. We're going to see repeats of the 500 free. Just think how tolling it is, the tough race here, and then they have to come back later and do a 500.
Katie Modlin, the freshman from Omaha Westside, is in lane 5, pushing Caitlin Hopkins a bit, but at the touch, it will be Caitlin Hopkins finishing first in the consolation final of the girls 200 free.
That's a nice move up for Caitlin. Extra 2 places, but more important, 3 extra points.
Caitlin Hopkins. Katie Modlin in lane 5 from Omaha Westside finishing 2nd. Lincoln Southeast's Allison Bartle finishing 3rd.
You know, we were talking about that team race. You'll see between East and Southeast, they don't mirror each other in their events. There's some events that Lincoln East is real strong, and in this event, Southeast has their share of folks in it.
Well, it was a dominating performance by Millard West in the boys 200-yard medley, and Ray has them poolside. Ray.
Absolutely dominating our champions, Millard West. It's Eric Wright swimming the backstroke, Nathan Rafferty, Kevin Horn, and Brendan Zubrod. Gentlemen, congratulations on a dominating race. You know, everybody wants to give the state title to Westside Elkhorn, but you guys made a statement here.
Yeah, we're just really trying to get the rest of the team pumped and ready for them to have fast swims.
You know, Nathan, relay, a lot of time people don't realize the importance of the exchange from one leg to the next leg. How much do you practice at?
Oh, we practice the whole week before the state meet. I mean, one bad start could equal a deke, or, I mean, you can take off half a second. All depends.
Well, gentlemen, congratulations on a big victory. Good luck the rest of the meet. Our champions in the 200 medley relay.
So congratulations to Millard West, a fantastic performance in the 200-yard medley relay, dominating the field, a time of 1:38.14. Finishing 2nd. Finishing 3rd, Omaha Creighton Prep. And Scottsbluff finishing 2nd, and there's Millard West, your state champs.
Well, and as the boys said, it's nice to start the relay off right. It'll maybe set the tone. You never know. Omaha Westside coming in, they appear to be dominant, but somebody forgot to tell Millard West.
Westside qualified 16 in the championship heats and 5 in the consolation for a total of 21 qualifying for today's finals. Millard West was 2nd with 15 between the two, so they are going to have to be finishing first if they want to make up that kind of ground. Here's a look at the results then of the boys 200 medley relay. Millard West finishing 1st, followed by Creighton Prep, which did finish 2nd. Millard North 3rd. Omaha Westside finishing 4th. Scottsbluff finished 5th, and Lincoln East was 6th. Now the final heat of the girls 200-yard free. In lane 3, Kelly Kunkel, just a freshman from Omaha Marion. Maggie Skiles, the junior from Scottsbluff, in 4. Two-time defending state champion Jennifer Kosis in lane 5. Jensen Henry's in lane 6, Lindsey Klein in 7, and Carolyn Nelson of Omaha Burke is in lane 8. And Kosis in lane 5, trying to remain perfect at state in both the 200 IM and the 100 back, which we'll see her in later today.
You know, I just noticed the officials, it's important to have it quiet for the start, but Larry, also the flash photography are throwing these guys off. The officials are trying to get the lights down a little bit to help these swimmers out.
And there you see the state record set by Jen Kosis just last year. She is in lane 5.
Jen's out a lot faster from yesterday. She looked real easy in both the 200 and 500. We're out more than a second faster at that first 50.
Well, she's 4 seconds off of her state record. She qualified yesterday with a time of 1:53.79. Her state record, 1:49.87. So she will have to shave a lot of time off of yesterday's preliminary heat in order to get a state record.
Well, there's another half a second there. She was 27.7 on that 50.
In lane 6 is Jensen Henry of Westside Elkhorn. Lindsey Klein finished 2nd last year. She's a senior at Millard North in lane 7.
The third 50 is where a swimmer really likes to make their move in the race and take command, and I think we're seeing that with Jensen Henry out in lane 6.
And so now for the final 50. Kosis in lane 5, the two-time defending champ, but a nice move being made by both Jensen Henry and Lindsey Klein in 6 and 7.
We're going to see all 3 of these girls later in the meet in the 500, but looks like Jen Kosis saw both of them and brought in her kick and going to go for the finish.
So Kosis trying to make it 3 in a row. Kosis touches the wall first in a time of 1:51.89. 1:51.89, her 3rd consecutive 200-yard free championship.
Those were some nice swims. I tell you what's difficult is going 2 days in a row of swimming the longest 2 events of the meets. These girls have conditioned all year. They're ready for it, but any way you want to look at it, to swim a 200 and a 500 2 days in a row is a tough gig.
Lindsey Klein, for the second year in a row, finishes second from Millard North. The senior from Millard North finishing second, and third was Jensen Henry of Westside Elkhorn.
Your consolation heat of the boys 200 free.
So now we head to the boys event, the boys 200-yard free. Is this the consolation final? AJ Pruss in lane 3. Lane 4, Nathan Blaylock. Josh Riesberg is in lane 5. Sam Holmes in 6. Adam Sampson in 7. And Matthew O's, a sophomore from Southeast, is in lane 8. This again, the consolation final. There are 2 heats to each race. In this heat, Joshua Riesberg of Creighton Prep turning in the best time, 1:48.16 yesterday.
Well, in Creighton Prep, their position is they've got to hold where they were at coming off of yesterday. They can't do any better than 7. So, you know, it's a sweet and sour problem to have, but I'm sure Lincoln East is watching this race closely, hoping that maybe they fall a little bit.
In lane 6, that's Sam Holmes, the junior from Kearney, with an early slight lead. Nathan Blaylock, the sophomore from Scottsbluff, in 4. Lane 5 in the center of your pool. 4, 5, and 6 all there. Blaylock, Riesberg, and Holmes.
You know, Larry, you're gonna see these swimmers. Everybody has their favorite style of swimsuit to wear. In the 200 races, we see them wearing the long jammer suits down to their ankles. In the 50s, they like those bodysuits. In the longer races, though, they're just a little bit too cumbersome, that they're afraid that affects their breathing, and so they like to see these long leg skin jammer suits. And the fly events, they might go down to the knees. So it's everybody's preference on the style of suits they like to wear.
Riesberg with a slight lead over Blaylock as we touch and go into the final 50. The 200-yard free consolation final. Riesberg in 5 from Prep. Blaylock in 4 of Scottsbluff.
Boy, I'll tell you, Matt O's, the sophomore for Southeast on the outside, he's picking up some huge points right here.
What a great kick by O's, the sophomore from Southeast, and he will touch first down in lane 8 out of nowhere. Shaving nearly 3 seconds off his time from yesterday. Time of 1:48.33. Matthew O's wins the consolation final. Great job by that young man from Lincoln Southeast. Finishing second was Riesberg, and third, Holmes of Kearney. More state champions poolside with Ray.
Well, our champion in the 200 free for the second year in a row, Jen Kosis. Congratulations, Jen.
Thank you.
Tell me about the time, 1:51.89.
I'm a little disappointed with it, but it's my best this season, so.
Now, of course, you swim the 500. The 200's more of a sprint. What's your favorite event?
The 500. I like to set a pace for myself and go.
Well, congratulations. 2 championships back-to-back in the 200 free. Good luck in the 500.
Thank you.
And so that's Jen Kosis, now the 2-time defending state champion, junior from Omaha Marion, a time of 1:51.89.
Well, I tell you, if she likes the 500 better than the 200, that's like saying I like pain to last twice as long. She is tough. I love watching her swim. She's like watching a machine go through the water.
And there's Jensen Henry, who finished third, the sophomore from Westside Elkhorn. As you get one more look at Jen Kosis. Millard North's Lindsey Klein.
Hey, all 3 of those girls had great swims. And it'll be fun to watch all three of them battle in that 500.
And now time then for Jen Kosas to step up and take her second straight state medal in the 200-yard free. Set a record doing it last year, time of 1:49.87. Wins it again this year.
Congratulations, Jen.
Well, and her coach, Pat DeBase, awarding her the medal, said that Jen is just one of the hardest workers in practice you'll ever find. So, well-deserved win for Jen.
Boy, the memories of late February and early March in Lincoln, Nebraska last a lifetime. So here then are your finals in the girls 200 free. Jen Kosas with a time of 1:51.89. Klein of North finishing second. Jensen Henry of Westside Elkhorn. Kelly Kunkel, the freshman from Omaha Marion, finishing fourth. Maggie Skiles of Scottsbluff fifth. And Carolyn Nelson of Omaha Burke was sixth in the girls 200 free. Now to the boys 200-yard free. This is the final. In lane 3, Brandon Christensen of Omaha Burke. Kyle Wimhoff, the freshman from Norfolk, in lane 4. Zach Samlin, defending state champ in the event. He's in lane 5. Zach Chain in lane 6. He was third last year. And Trevor Woods on the outside in lane 8.
Somewhere out there on the World Wide Web is Chuck Sharp watching this race closely. Chuck's our current state record holder in this event. Zach Samlin in lane 5 will be going after that record.
Thank you, Mark.
Well, that record of Chuck Sharp's was set back in 1977. It is the oldest standing record in the record books. Sharp swimming for Westside, and it could be a Westside swimmer, Zach Samlin, that takes him off the perch in lane 5. And you can see Zach out quick and powerful.
You know, Zach's got a beautiful stroke. You'll see that he almost has a bit of a catch-up stroke. The one arm coming over the top will catch up with the other hand, but he's got such power underneath. Very smooth stroke.
Yesterday, Samlin swimming a 1:39.83. 1:39.83 last year. He swam 1:39.83. Record 1:39.24. Yesterday he slammed a 1:41. He's going to have to knock at least a couple of seconds off his time from yesterday.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're out a little bit faster than we were yesterday, but that is a tough record, and all year long I'm sure people have been reminding him of what that goal was.
Zach's been in the water for a while. His dad, the swimming coach at UNO, his father Todd.
You know, and the tough thing about this race, Larry, is he's swimming against himself. Look at the field. There isn't anybody close to him. So not only is it a tough record, but it's a tough record when you're racing yourself.
You're racing the clock and yourself. That's all that Zach has to push him. And he will push the final.
I'll tell you, it's going to be real close, Larry. He looks like he's coming on strong the last 12 and a half.
He's looking for 1:39.24. Samlin will win it for the second year in a row. Will he get the record? Just off 1:41.06, but Zach Samlin is your state champ.
Well, look at our second place finisher, Kyle Wimhoff, a freshman from Norfolk.
And Zach Chain finishing third in lane 6 from Scottsbluff. So Zach Samlin, in his senior year, wins his second straight state title in the 200-yard free.
You know, you look at the finish. This is the last 12 and a half. Zach, he swam a strong race, Larry. He coming into the wall real hard, fully stretched. You know, I'm sure it's a disappointment, but at the same time, Chuck Sharp's record was a tough feat.
Well, that's why it's been around since 1977, but Samlin, a two-time state champ in this event. NETV sports coverage of the 2005 Nebraska State High School Swimming and Diving Championships are brought to you in part by NPPD. Always there when you need us. By Bryant LGH Medical Center, the first name in healthcare. And the Nebraska Soybean Board, promoting soy biodiesel fuel, clean burning and renewable, making a difference for soybean farmers and you. The final day of the State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. And there's a look at Zach. Just won the boys 200-yard free.
You know, over the years, Larry, Zach has swam in multiple events. I remember one year Coach Kreklow put him in that 100 free, 100 fly back-to-back. He really has done a lot for this team.
Now time for the 5th event of the day, the girls 200-yard individual medley. Alicia Bourne of Bellevue West in lane 3, Teresa Schubert of Papillion La Vista in 4. Norfolk's in lane 5, Celeste Case-Ruchala in lane 6, Laura Kemp is in 7, and Alex Watson, sophomore, in lane 8. This is the consolation final, the girls 200-yard IM. And the individual medley, or the IM, down and back 4 times with 4 different strokes. First the butterfly,
backstroke, breaststroke, and freestyle. And here again, we're going to see a lot of lead changes because you got the same swimmer doing all 4 strokes. Now, realistically, some swimmers are a little stronger in the fly, some are a little stronger in the breaststroke.
This is where they really play to their strength.
The backstrokers are coming out right now. You know, traditionally though, and I think it ties to the third 50 more than it being the breaststroke, but the breaststroke leg is where you really see the race develop. You know, some of the kids are getting into oxygen debt a little bit. That anybody that wants to make their move, they tend to want to make it on that breaststroke leg and then hang on in the freestyle.
Schubert in lane 4 from Papillion La Vista. Mazur in lane 5 from Norfolk. And with the early lead, Lincoln Southeast, Celeste Case-Ruchala.
Well, I'm sure Dave Peters would like nothing more than Celeste to make a move right here because that 7th place finish would help them greatly in the team race.
She is in lane 6 and with the lead.
Coming into the finals today, Larry, Southeast had a 10-point edge if you were to score yesterday's prelims. And I got to tell you, they're coming out strong that they might be swimming even better today.
Well, Celeste Case-Ruchala in lane 6 with the lead. Lincoln Southeast qualifying 9 in the championship heats, 3 in the consolation finals. And Celeste is really pulling away here in this consolation final, and she will win it going away. And she touches the time of 2:13.93. Valuable points for Lincoln Southeast, 14 points for finishing 7th.
Moved up 2 places and picked up 3 extra points.
Great swim by Celeste. In lane 7, Laura Kemp finishing 2nd.
I don't think she's tired.
Cecily Mazur in lane 5, finishing 3rd. Another state champ is with Ray.
All right, thank you guys. Of course, for the 2nd year in a row, Zach Samlin, our champion in the 200 free. Zach, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Now, I realize that 41 is not the time you were set. You were going for the record. Tell me about the race. Where do you feel you needed to pick it up?
Earlier on, I mean, should have gotten more legs, but coach said go with the stroke rate and try and get it by doing that. So we tried it and it didn't work.
You know, when you swim out there all by yourself because you had a half a pool length coming home on someone, is it tough?
It's tough, but I mean, you got to have a strong mental. You got to be strong mentally and just try and get it done and do the best you can.
Of course, your father is the head swim coach at UNO. Is there a lot of swimming talked at the dinner table?
We try and keep it to a minimum as far as like technique and stuff go, but we talk swimming and who went what time and stuff like that. So,
well, Zach, congratulations on your 2nd title. Good luck in your other events.
Thank you.
So Zach Samlin is the champ of the 200-yard free for the 2nd year in a row. His final year at Westside Elkhorn, he will be moving on and swimming collegiately. He'll be a Vol next year, Tennessee Volunteers.
That's right. You know, there's been quite a few Westside kids go on to college swimming and do real well. Chuck Sharp went on to Indiana, All-American there. I think we're going to see some great things out of Zach in the years to come.
Well, Zach looked Looked around quite a bit, looked at Indiana, looked at Texas A&M. Got the offer from Tennessee, thought it was a good fit, and Zach Samlin will be a freshman next year.
But you know, and it's nice to hear that relationship with his father. It'd have to be difficult for Todd not to coach your own kid, but there are definite circles between being a parent, being a swimmer, and being the coach.
Zach Samlin, your champ. Kyle Wimhoff, the freshman, by the way, from Norfolk. Just a freshman, finishing second. And a nice standing ovation from the crowd for Zach Samlin.
Zach, you got a lot to be proud of.
So here are your results, and as we said, Zach wins it. Kyle Wimhoff, just a freshman from Norfolk, finishing second. Zach Chain was in third from Scottsbluff. Spencer Luber of Omaha Westside Elkhorn finishing fourth. Trevor Woods, also from Westside Elkhorn, and Brandon Christensen finishing sixth.
Westside picked up a lot of points in that event. Spencer Lauber getting fourth, that's a big help.
Now to the girls' 200-yard individual medley. This is the final. Maggie Bach of Lincoln East in lane 3. Ashley Durand in 4. Carrie Chris, the defending champion, in lane 5. Colleen Chris, her twin sister, in lane 6. Erin Dolan in 7. Catherine Davis in lane 8. And Chris, not only the defending champ, but the two-time defending champion. Karen Chris in lane 5. Sister Colleen to her left in lane 6. Ashley Durand in lane 4.
You know, now there is a possibility, Larry, that her sister Colleen could be the one to upset the string she's got running here.
On the string you speak of, Karen Chris has not lost an individual race at the state meet. She could become the first female swimmer in the history of Nebraska swimming to win eight gold medals in four different events.
I tell you what a feat. And that's a feat that at best somebody will tie.
At best. Right now 3 swimmers have 7 gold medals at state. No one has 8, but Karen Chris, this is her junior year. She has won 2 gold medals in back-to-back years, both her freshman and her sophomore year, and she's out in front now in lane 5.
And we're out a lot faster than we were yesterday.
Well, Colleen Chris said that if she was close in the last 25, she wouldn't lay off her sister, but she did say she'd like to win it, but she'd rather have a sister for the rest of her life also.
Well, we got a great race, second and third. Ashley Durand, she's our top seed in the 100 breast later on in this meet, and she's trying to make a run right now to keep that second place.
Durand, the senior from Lincoln Southeast, finished third last year in this event. Of course, Karen Chris won it. State record goes all the way back to 1997. Chandra Johnson set that.
Karen is much faster today than she was yesterday. She's looking very smooth, real easy. No doubt she's got this race in hand.
2:07.64 was her winning time last year.
So we'll be well under that.
Karen Chris way out in front.
Look at Colleen Chris trying to make a move on Ashley Durand, and I think Ashley just saw her. She's bringing the legs on.
And touching first at 2:04.07 is Karen Chris. The battle for second will go to Ashley Durand of Lincoln Southeast. Finishing third is Colleen Chris.
I think Ashley's heart got racing a little bit that last 12 and a half. She wasn't about to let Colleen put a move on her.
Well, Karen Chris has taken the first step in her race toward the record book. 5 events, 5 individual events now at state for Karen Chris, and she has 5 gold medals to show for it. So 3 more in her career possibly, 1 later today to her senior year, and if she were to win gold in all 3, that would make history. Well, our lineup of Nebraska High School Championship events continues in March on NETV Sports. Be with us for live coverage of both the boys and girls state basketball tournaments from right here at the Devaney Sports Center. The girls' finals take place next Saturday. The boys' championship finals are Saturday, March 12th. We will have all of the action in all 6 classes, and you can catch it right here on NETV Sports, Nebraska's home for sports. And boy, what a upset yesterday in girls high school basketball. South Sioux losing for the first time in about 10 years in the districts.
I didn't think that could happen.
It was an amazing upset. Congratulations to Scott. Boys 200 individual medley. Garrett Schrock in lane 3. Jonas Hermes in lane 4. Michael Kubicek in lane 5. David Struble of Omaha Westside Elkhorn in 6. Matt Wedlock from Prep in lane 7, and Adam Frederick of Southeast in lane 8. This the boys' 200-yard individual medley consolation final. Well, that was a shocker yesterday. South Sioux girls getting knocked off by Omaha Scott. Last second shot, but we can maybe send a message to Kelly Flynn and his girls up in South Sioux that there won't be a walk to the championship this year. That'll be an interesting thing to watch next year at the Girls State Championship.
You know, we're going to see some transition. This is an important year for future team championships. You've got some freshmen, Garrett Schrock, Adam Frederick. They're making an appearance here today. Mike Kubicek with East. You know, teams like East, Southeast, Creighton Prep, they're wanting to set up the chance for them to win a state championship in the years to come, and they've got to swim today to get to that point.
Boys 200-yard IM consolation final. In lane 5, Michael Kubicek of Lincoln East. David Struble in lane 6 from Westside Elkhorn.
Well, David Struble, he's our top seed in the 100 breaststroke, so look for him to maybe fall behind a little bit on the fly in the back, but he'll be right back in the race in the breaststroke leg.
What a roster Doug Krecklow has at Westside Elkhorn. 65 on his boys team, 67 on his girls team.
I guess it's one of those deals, you take bunches of them and you just hope that 13 of them make it to the finals at state.
Well, in lane 5 is Kubicek from East.
You know, the other nice thing about David Struble is this is a kid that's never swam year-round. Swims for a city rec team in the summertime, and you know, to see him in a 200 IM, that's a long race for a guy that doesn't swim year-round.
Terrific athlete over here. In lane 5, Mike Kubicek. Struble in 6.
Mike's a great backstroker. Took advantage of that to get the lead for the breaststroke, and now Mike, I think his philosophy is I got to hang on this breaststroke because I've got a decent freestyle if I'm in the race.
Right there with him is Struble.
Now Struble's the breaststroker.
And Struble will overtake him on this 50 of the breast.
Well, I got a feeling this is where conditioning and training year-round is going to take its toll. Mike Kubicek is a tough swimmer. He works hard all 12 months out of the year.
Kubicek of East in lane 5, Struble in lane 6 from Westside Elkhorn.
I think Dave Struble heard me and wants to prove that one wrong. You don't have to swim year-round to be able to do an IM. Nice finish.
Struble in 6, touching first, followed by Kubicek in lane 5, and finishing third, way out in lane 3 is Schrock of Beatrice. Nice finish, nice swim there by Struble.
3 seconds faster than yesterday in lane 6.
Struble knocking 3 seconds off his time from yesterday. So on the 2:06.59 at 2:03.41.
David put together a nice race. He brought the kick in the last 25. Great finish.
Committee members, please come to the announcer's stand at this time.
I think Mike Kubicek's in disbelief. I dropped 3 seconds and I still didn't win the console. How does that happen?
And now poolside with a now 3-time state champ in the girls 200-yard IM is Ray.
Absolutely 3-time, and each time it gets faster and faster. And Karen, it's even getting close to that state record.
Yeah, hopefully next year.
I'll tell you, 2:04.07, your best time. How did that race feel?
It felt good. The fly felt better than it's ever felt this season. The backstroke, just have to get out there with breaststrokes on my side, then you just gotta bring it home as fast as you can.
You know, and when you talk breaststroke in lane number 4, Ashley Durand of Lincoln Southeast, a breaststroker, what goes through your mind? You have to have that lead?
Yeah, going into the breaststroke, I know exactly how much I need to do in order to keep my breaststroke up there, and it's every time I gotta be there.
Tell me about the training right now with you and your sister. I know you're close. How important is that to have her by your side?
It's very good. Me and Colleen swimming next to each other has brought us a lot closer. We've been working hard. We push each other in during practice. She gives me hints on breaststroke, and I give her hints on strokes.
Well, Karen, congratulations on another championship. I'm sure we'll see you later.
Thank you.
She's 5 for 5 at state, trying to make it 6 for 6 later this afternoon. Karen Criss, you're now 3-time state champion in the girls' 200-yard individual medley. Boy, what a well-rounded swimmer you need to be in order to be successful in that race.
Well, well-rounded, and she is mentally tough. I tell you, Karen Criss, she just likes to race. And I think it's one of those deals, she'll do whatever time it takes to get first place. Kind of the Dale Earnhardt of swimming. She's the intimidator.
And you saw Pat DeBase there. And the congratulations from sister to sister. Karen and Colleen. 1-3. So let's take a look at the results. You see Karen finishing first. Sister Colleen is in third. Ashley Duran slipped in there between them. The senior from Southeast. Erin Dolan of Southeast fourth. Maggie Bach of Lincoln East was fifth. And Catherine Davis of East finishing sixth. A lot of East, Southeast, and Marion in that final right there. Now to the boys, 200-yard IM final in lane 3. Sam Cadu, the freshman from Lincoln East. Kurt Benson, senior from Omaha Burke. Adam Beckman, defending champ in lane 5. Max Cater finished first in the consolation final last year. He's in lane 6. Eric Wright in 7. And Zach Hensley from Westside Elkhorn, another freshman on the outside in lane 8. A couple of young freshmen in this race on the outsides.
Well, as I mentioned, you know, Sam Cadu, a freshman for East. These guys are setting it up for future years. They've got to swim well here to look down the road. You know, Zach Hensley, he's going to want to hang on to that title for Westside.
The story of this race will be Adam Beckman in lane 5.
Of all the races, this is the race that stands the best chance of a state record. I think Adam Beckman is ready to go. He's just gonna have to go after, much like Zach Samlin, he's gonna be swimming his own race. But I think Adam has prepared himself for this moment.
Well, yesterday he had a near record swim in this race, the 200 IM. Lowered his season best by nearly 3 seconds. His time yesterday, 1:51.70, which is just 0.3 of a second off of the state record, which was set by P.J. Wiseman of Ralston back in '91.
And we're already out 4/10 faster after the fly, so he's made up those 4/10. Now he's just got to put it on. Adam is a strong backstroker. He's our top seed in the 100 back. A little bit slower that leg than he was yesterday.
Adam Beckman in lane 5. The race for second is in lane 4 and 6. Curtis Benson of Burke and Cater from Millard West.
Max Cater, strong butterflyer, so I think he got that. Ladies hoping to hang on to that second place position. Adam Beckman, his breaststroke looks much better than it did last year. He's much smoother, he's got a lot of power, and we're quite a bit faster on that leg. We picked up about 6/10 from yesterday.
The final 50 for Adam Beckman, trying to set a state record in his senior year from Kearney. Needs to beat a time of 1:51.32. The crowd on its feet, bringing him in.
Adam had a great turn. He had tremendous legs off that wall.
He'll win it with a time, a new state record time, 1:50.51 for Adam Beckman.
How good does that feel? Listen to the crowd. They're all standing up. A standing ovation for Adam Beckman. He's prepared for this moment for 3 years. And I'll tell you what, a Kearney kid, the facilities aren't the same as they maybe have in other places, but the water is the same.
Congratulations to Adam Beckman, a state champ and a state record to boot.
Look at that finish, putting his head down. It's just a matter of mental toughness at that point of how bad he wanted that record.
1:50.51, bettering the record of P.J. Wiseman, which was set nearly 15 years ago of 1:51.32. And there he is, getting the pats on the bat, the rubs on the head. Zach Samlin congratulating him.
The tremendous.
Congratulations. Time to move on now to the girls' 50-yard free, the consolation final. In lane 3, Amanda Bennick. Lane 4, the freshman from Marion, Emily Franks. Kendra Brunkow in lane 5, Julia Pearson at 6. Emily Dwornicki in lane 7, and Elizabeth Anderson, the junior from Millard North, in lane 8.
Well, it'll be interesting to see Emily coming off of that medley relay. How excited will she be to pop a nice 50 now?
Emily in lane 4. Her teammate Amanda Bennick in lane 3, so 2 Marion swimmers in this race. Kendra Brunkow in lane 5, the best time yesterday. This is down and back as fast as you can go. This is the speed race.
Emily Franks, slight lead at the 25, out in 11.8.
In lane 4, that's Franks. Franks in lane 4 with the slight lead, and she will touch first. Time of 25.23. The freshman from Omaha Marion winning the consolation final.
You know, it's amazing how important adrenaline is in a meet like this, because a 50, it's anybody's race, the start and the turn, and adrenaline takes over. I'm sure she had a lot of confidence and relief, for that matter, coming off of that medley relay and having a nice fly leg to come back and finish there.
Franks winning it, followed by Pearson. Brunkow in lane 5 finished 3rd, and Franks' teammate Bennick finishing 4th, the junior from Omaha Marion. Another state champion with Ray.
Not just another state champion, but a state record holder, Adam Beckman from Kearney. Congratulations, Adam.
Thank you.
Do you realize that when you were 4 years old, that's when P.J. Wiseman broke the record that you just shattered today?
Maybe someday when that 4-year-old is going to break it when I'm older.
Well, let's talk about right now that IM. What a great swim you had. You're out there all by yourself. 2 years ago, Cal Ben started to write some workouts for you. What has that meant for you and all the swimmers?
It's given us a basis to draw on success from. We know it works because they had a top 10 program almost every year when they were at the university, and to have somebody of such high quality working with us, it was really great.
All right, Adam, what's coming up next year for you?
Next year, I'm going to Northwestern in Chicago.
Well, you're going to have a great career there. You still have some events to go. Good luck. We want to see you back up here, and we're just going to wait and see what happens at the next race.
Thank you.
Well, in that race, Adam Beckman said he was racing not only against himself, but the clock. He said he would have an imaginary racer right beside him. That guy's name is Matt Scanlon from Bakersfield, California. Adam beat him, but then a week later lost to him in a national tournament, and he really wanted to go out and set the record, and he did it. And there he gets the gold medal, a time of 150.51 as he gets a standing ovation.
Well, and Adam will be heading out to Mission Viejo in 2 weeks to go head-to-head with some of those Bakersfield boys. I'll tell you, another nice thing to see is obviously not only is Adam fast, but he's smart. Going to Northwestern, he's got to be a good student.
What a great job Cal Bitts has done with Adam. So let's take a look at the results. A new state record. Adam Beckman, 150.51. Max Cater finishing 2nd. Eric Wright 3rd. Curtis Benson of Burke was 4th. Zach Hensley 5th. And Sam Cadu, the freshman from Lincoln East, finishing 6th. And now the final for the girls' 50-yard free. In lane 3, Allison Way, Jenna Stroud in 4, Erin Holtmeyer. First time you've heard that name this afternoon, but certainly not the last. CJ Bray in lane 6, Andrea Naughton in 7, and Nicole Pappas in lane 8. Holtmeyer in lane 5 is the story in this one, trying to become...
Keep your eye on the outside. Allison Way was unshaved yesterday in this event.
Holtmeyer trying to become only the 11th swimmer in the state to win 4 straight titles in one event. Only the 3rd female to win 7 medals, individual gold, and she is in the lead in lane 5.
We're out fast, 10-8 at the 25.
Holtmeyer turned in a time yesterday of 23.81. She's in lane 5. She will touch first just ahead of CJ Bray in a time of 23.50. Erin Holtmeyer is your champ.
I'll tell you what, to dominate that event is the most difficult because the 50, it's the start and the turn.
Well, C.J. Bray really came on strong for Millard West, the senior, at the end.
You know, she does a nice job from the flags in. Erin, I'm sure in practice, has done that many, many times to time it so that the stretch is right there at the finish.
Erin Holtmeyer winning the state title in the 50 free.
Well, like I say, winning the 50 free 4 years in a row is a pretty difficult task. In those 4 years, at any time, if you had a bad start or a bad turn, it cost you that title.
So now to the boys' 50-yard free. This the consolation final. Sean McCall in lane 3, Brian Barnett in 4. Innenbach in lane 5 from Creighton Prep. Looney is in 6. John Rye in lane 7, the freshman from Lincoln East and son of the man to my right. Peter Bayless in lane 8, the sophomore from Creighton Prep. This the consolation final.
This event, especially for the boys, they tend to be dominated by upperclassmen. And it's because of that difficulty of having that fast muscle twitch on the start, fast turn, and then you got to be quick in between the walls.
Innenbach from Prep with the best time yesterday. He is in lane 5. Pushing him in lane 7 is Rye, but in lane 5, out top in lane 3 as well is McCall, and McCall touches first all the way out in lane 3, the senior from Central.
Sean McCall, he was one of the top 6 coming into this race, and he came back today to prove, hey, I still got a fast time.
So McCall finishing first from Central. Innenbach finished second from Prep. And on the other outside in lane 8 was Peter Bayless, the sophomore from Prep, finishing third.
Prep picked up some nice points there. They gave up a little bit with Innenbach as the lane 5 getting second, but they made it up with Peter Bayless.
Well, another state champ and a 4-time state champ, huh, Ray?
You know, not only 4-time state champ, but Erin, you realize that you are only the 11th swimmer, male or female, in the history of Nebraska State High School swimming to win 4 in a row. What a feat.
Thanks.
Now, when you talk about the 50, you don't have to breathe every stroke. Is there a breathing pattern that you try to establish?
Everyone has their own pattern. I usually like to breathe once on the way down and once on the way back.
2 breaths in 50 yards. Wow. Tell me about the start and turn, because that has to be crucial.
They're the most important parts of the race. You have to be able to get off quick and be quick off the wall to come out ahead.
You know, swimmers train a lot of yards, yet you race a 50. How much time do you emphasize in turns in practice?
Actually quite a bit. We like to do turn work a little bit each day. We go down to the other end and work on getting fast in and out of the walls.
Well, Erin, congratulations once again. The 11th person in the history to win 4 in a row. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And as Matt said, it came in the 50 free, and how difficult that is. Yesterday, Holtmeyer broke that 24-second barrier. She did it again today with a time of 23.5.
There's Jenna Stroud, our 3rd place finisher. Had a nice swim. Jenna's going to be going on to swim right here for Nebraska.
And there is Holtmeyer. And Erin Holtmeyer on her way to Minnesota. She will be a Golden Gopher next year. Swim in the Big Ten. 23.5 her time. 4 straight state titles in the 50. Later today, she will go for 7 individual gold medals at the state title, at the state championship. So let's take a look, and you see Erin Holtmeyer winning it. The girls 50 free. CJ Bray, Cassidy Bray in lane 2, winning it. Jenna Stroud in lane 3, finishing 3rd. Allison Way was 4th. Pappas finished 5th. And Naughton finishing 6th with a time of 24.83. Now to the boys, 50-yard free final in lane 3. Nick Hartman, Brendan Zubrod in 4. Tyler Nielsen is in lane 5. Thomas Gregory in 6. Russell Mueller in 7. And Arthur Moy from Westside Elkhorn in 8. Doug Kreklo's decision here to go with Nielsen.
And it had to be a tough decision. It's a little bit defensive move. Tyler Nielsen was 2nd last year in the 200 IM. Guaranteed probably to get second again this year. Put him in this event. He's the top seed, going after Brendan Zubrod, the fastest of Millard West.
We'll see if it pays off. Zubrod is in lane 4 from West. Nielsen in 5. Gregory is in lane 6 from Papillion La Vista.
I tell you what, Zubrod had a great relay swim, and he's out there right now.
Zubrod and Nielsen right up top, and so is Gregory. Touching first is Gregory. Gregory from Papillion La Vista finishing first, followed by Nielsen, and Zubrod is third.
Thomas Gregory, what a state champion swimmer. 2 years ago, this kid finaled as a freshman in the 200 free. I think as he's getting older, he's saying, hey, I don't want to go the 200, I want to win the 50. Nice swim.
Time of 21.42, and Thomas Gregory takes the title, and it obviously disappointed Nielsen in lane 5.
Well, but you know, from a team standpoint, it still worked. Westside was second and held off Millard West in getting third.
And there are the congratulations for Thomas Gregory. At the turn, he was sitting in third, and really a strong kick to come back and take the title. Well, so the first 8 events are in the books from the Boys and Girls State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. We've already had a record broken, a 4-time state champ in the 50, and lots more to come from the Devaney Sports Center pool.
Programming is provided in part by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska.
Escalator or stairs? It may seem like an easy choice, but the hard truth is the illness and disease that result from inactivity cost about $76 billion a year to treat. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska, we believe that cost is much too high, and not just in terms of money. So when it comes to keeping you healthy and keeping healthcare affordable, walking works. Your health, your choice.
Programming is provided in part by Education Quest Foundation. For over 15 years, Education Quest has offered free college planning services. These services include scholarship searches, student loan information, college selection, and help with completing financial aid application. Education Quest is located in Kearney, Lincoln, and Omaha. Appointments are available at 800-666-3721.
This weekend on Statewide, too many Nebraska children are too fat. Not enough exercise and bad nutrition get the blame. Families play a big part, and so do schools with physical education and the school lunch program.
In the schools where we used to really promote it, we're seeing physical education classes being reduced and in some cases eliminated.
Be more informed. Watch Statewide this weekend on NETV.
Are you living with a piece of the past? The History Detectives want to hear your story. Go to the address on your screen and don't miss the new season of History Detectives.
From the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, this is NETV and NETV Digital Television.
And it's a great day on the University of Nebraska campus. We are inside the Devaney Sports Center pool. They are enjoying the great outdoors. What a wonderful afternoon. And we are wrapping up the season for the Boys and Girls State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. Well, be with us Sunday, March 6th as NETV Sports brings you NCAA Men's Gymnastics. The 10th-ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers will host the 9th-rated Minnesota Golden Gophers from right here at the Devaney Sports Center. This is head coach Francis Allen's 36th year at the Husker helm, and he's looking for his 9th national title. It's the Gophers and Huskers. Sunday, March 6th, live at 2 o'clock Central right here on NETV and NETV HD. Here inside the pool, if you'd like a VHS tape or DVD of the Nebraska State Swimming and Diving Championships, log on to netnebraska.org and click the sports link or call 1-800-228-4630. You'll be able to enjoy memories of the state meet for years to come. NETV is Nebraska's home for sports. And what a day we've had already here at the State Swimming and Diving Championships. Already a state record has fallen, a 4-time state champion in the 50. And earlier this week on Thursday, the girls diving championships. And we have some highlights to show you from those. The final event is what we're going to actually show you. They had a total of 11 dives. These are the final 3 dives. And we started out with Callie Fryer of Millard North.
Forward dive, half twist. Callie had a great meet. She scored well here, 37 points.
Jessica Hall of McCook.
Jessica, reverse 1.5, 2.1 difficulty. Nice entry, a little bit short of vertical there.
And we're taking a look again at the final 3 dives in the finals. So these are the last 3 of a total of 11 dives. So dive number 1 in the finals, Jennifer Kirkland of Kearney.
Another reverse 1.5, tried to arch her back a little bit to get it in the hole there. 26-25 was her score.
Cheyenne Bice of Southeast.
Cheyenne just started diving this year. What a great surprise for Southeast and a beautiful diver. Nice dive.
Ashley Westcott, Omaha Burke.
Forward 2.5. Went a little bit over, trying to put it in the hole there. Score was 21-60.
Annie Moyer of Lincoln East finished 17th last year in the state meet.
Annie's looking to become the first medalist for East since '99. Very nice score, beautiful dive.
Mackenzie Porter of Hastings.
Mackenzie doing an inward 1.5. This is a 2-2 difficulty.
Mackenzie finished 10th last year in the state.
You know, I think that was Anne-Marie Rye on that one. That was a back somersault 2.5.
So this is Kayla Barrow.
Yes.
Kayla from Ralston, Omaha Gross.
That was 1860 for Kayla. Hey, there's our leader.
There's Kayla Torsky from Southeast.
Kayla had to come from behind in those last 6 rounds, and her high degree of difficulty did it for her.
44 she scores on this dive. What a terrific final 3 dives she had. Braden Young from Westside Elkhorn.
Going to do a reversed somersault, 1.6. In the hole nicely. You want to come in clean and no splash.
And the final dive we'll take a look at here of dive number 1 is Erin Mertz.
Erin led the meet after 8 rounds. Beautiful diver. Nice scores on her dive. She just didn't have the degree of difficulty in these last 3 rounds, but a very good competitor.
33.75 for Mertz. Mertz finishing 9th last year as a freshman. So this is the second dive of the finals. Callie Fryer.
Reverse 1.5. 2.1 degree of difficulty and a very nice score, 39.9. Callie has a nice dive. She's got a couple of good years left in her. This is Jessica Hall, forward half twist. 1.8, came up a little bit short on the twist there. And the score is 28.8.
Now from Kearney, Jennifer Kirkland.
This is a forward somersault with 1 twist. Try to drop it in the hole cleanly. 24.70 is her score.
And now Cheyenne again.
As Cheyenne develops, this is a 2.4 degree of difficulty. As she develops in the years to come, I'd look for her to place higher next year.
Ashley Westcott of Omaha Burke.
Forward somersault with a full twist.
And now Annie Moyer.
Annie's had a good season. This will be a reverse. Very clean dive on Annie.
Mackenzie Porter of Hastings. She finished 10th last year.
Mackenzie will be doing a back 1.5 with 1.5 twist. Very difficult dive. That's a 2.5 degree of difficulty. 25 points. Even though you get lower scores, the higher DD, the better the points come out.
Anne-Marie Rye from Lincoln East.
Anne-Marie's a senior. It's good to have her back in the top 12 after her sophomore year. 20.8 on that one.
Kayla Barrow from Ralston Gross.
Kayla forward 1.5. 26.35 for Kayla.
Kayla Torski credited this dive for her surgence to the top.
This was the money dive. Back 1.5 with 1.5 twists, 2.5 degree of difficulty.
Look at the concentration.
She's very graceful in her dive. What confidence. Put it right in the water, no splash.
48.75.
Wow.
48.75. Braden Young now from Westside Elkhorn.
Doing an inward 1.5, 2.2. Came up a little short.
And Kayla Torski's primary competition,
remember,
was Erin Mertz.
Kayla scored 48.75 on her back 1.5. Here's a back 1.5, 2.3. Very clean dive. The degree of difficulty was a little bit less than Kayla's, 44.85.
Still a terrific score. So now to the final dives of the finals. This is dive number 3. Callie Fryer finished 8th last year. This is a back 1.5 somersault with a half twist.
Beautiful dive. That'll score well. Callie had a nice meet this year. That's Jessica Hall, back 1.5 with a half twist.
$27.3. Now Jennifer Kirkland of Kearney.
Jennifer's going to do, I think this is Cheyenne. We've got a back 2.5, back somersault, 2.5 twists. That's a 2.7. Nice dive for Cheyenne. 47.25. That's probably the second highest score of the day.
Terrific dive.
This is Ashley Westacott. Omaha Burke, reverse 1.5, 2.1.
And Annie Moyer did well.
She
I believe the first Lincoln East diver since 1999 to medal at state.
Very nice, clean dive. She's very consistent in her dives all year. 31 points, nice job. There's my sweetie, Anne-Marie, forward 1.5. My daughter.
Needed to clarify.
Nice dive. Her last dive of her career, finishes it with a 30.6.
Kayla Torski from Southeast.
Nope.
That's not Kayla.
I think this might be Jennifer Kirkland. Nope, that's Kayla Barrow. Now we've got Kayla Torski, inward 1.5, 2.4.
Well, you heard the reaction, 45.6. And you can see that put Torski on top. So Erin Mertz would need, well, I think it was out of reach after Torski's dive.
Erin had a nice meet. Finishing second is no disappointment at all. They both did very well in this meet.
So 404.3 was the total for Kayla, and you saw the congratulatory hug there. Kayla overtook Erin Mertz in those final 3 dives. If you take a look at Torski's final 3 dives of 44, 48.75, 45.6, an average of 46.11. Kayla Torski really came on strong in those final 3 dives. Erin Mertz finishes second, Callie Fryer third, Cheyenne Bice of Southeast fourth, Annie Moyer finishing 5th, and Jessica Hall 6th. But the champion, Kayla Torski, with just a phenomenal final 3 dives. In fact, her competitions, the best average of her competition was 38.2. She averaged 46.11 over those final 3. And what a fantastic performance. And to speak with her more is Ray poolside.
With me is our champion, Kayla Torski. Kayla, congratulations, just a sophomore and state champion in the 1 meter diving.
Thank you.
You know, when you think about the dives, you have 11 dives. You started out in the middle of the pack after the first cut. then you moved up to third, and your last 3 dives vaulted you way out into the lead. What were those last 3 dives?
Front 1.5 full twist, back 1.5 with 1.5 twist, and inward 1.5 pike.
And obviously they have to be your favorites.
Yes.
What do you feel you need to do to keep improving off of scoring 404 points?
Learn some new dives, some higher degree of difficulty dives, and just improve some of the dives that I already have.
Okay, now what will that take? Obviously, you don't dive just during high school. You have to be diving year-round.
Yeah, just lots of practice. And
who's your coach?
Justin Selhorn.
And now he coaches your club and high school?
Yeah.
Tell me a little about his strategy, how he's worked with you in learning some of these dives.
He just gets me to try lots of new dives and stay confident with the dives that I have. And
all right, now let's talk. Obviously, high school is 1 meter. You also dive 3 meter, don't you?
Yeah.
And do you have a full list of 11 dives?
Full list of 10 dives.
And what is your favorite on 3 meter?
Probably my front twisters and back twisters.
Tell me a little about practicing with the high school team. Swimmers are in the pool, swimming laps back and forth. When do you have time to practice diving?
We practice when they're swimming. We take like the 2 middle lanes in between them. Same time.
You don't hit anybody, do you?
No.
Oh. Well, our champion, Kayla Torski, congratulations on being a champion in the 1 meter diving.
Thank you.
So congratulations to Kayla. NETV invites you to see our latest production, Omaha's First Families in High Definition at Omaha Central High School, Thursday, March 10th. Omaha's First Families takes you back to the rough and tumble beginnings of Omaha in the mid-1800s. Be the first to see Omaha's First Families in HD at Omaha Central High School, Thursday night, March 10th at 7. It's free, and everyone is welcome. And, of course, we're offering this to you today in high definition, the first State Swimming and Diving Championships that is in HD. And if you are enjoying that at home, it truly is a treat to be able to have the quality of HD in this spectacular high school event. Well, after the break, when we come back, the swimming kicks off again. We'll have the next 12 events, starting with the girls' 100-yard butterfly. We're live in Lincoln at the 2005 Nebraska Swimming and Diving Championships.
All across the state, Nebraskans use electricity every day. And that electricity is 100% publicly owned. So profits don't go to stockholders, but are returned to Nebraskans. And because the power is supplied to Nebraskans by Nebraskans, it's reliable. Always there when you need us. NPPD, together with your local public power utility.
Bryan LGH West is bringing advanced neuroscience technology to Nebraska, offering the state's first gamma knife radiosurgery to non-invasively treat brain tumors and severe facial pain, and working with Nebraska's only physician specially trained in coiling for brain aneurysms. Just 2 examples of our commitment to neuroscience care for Nebraskans and our neighbors. Bryan LGH, the first name in healthcare.
Programming on NETV is made possible in part by the Nebraska Soybean Checkoff. Soy biodiesel is a soy-based, clean-burning, renewable fuel that can be blended with petroleum diesel to help reduce America's dependence on foreign oil. Soy biodiesel, making a difference for soybean farmers and you.
Hi folks, I'm Ricky Skaggs. Join me for All-Star Bluegrass Celebration. History in the making with the legends, the stars, and a new generation of bluegrass music, all on the same stage and only on public television.
Coming soon to NETV. You're watching NETV and NETV Digital Television, a service of Nebraska Educational Telecommunications.
NETV Sports coverage of the 2005 Nebraska State High School Swimming and Diving Championships are brought to you in part by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska. The Blues are good for you. And by Education Quest Foundation, improving access to college through scholarships, community grants, and college planning services. And the fish aren't the only thing swimming today here at the Devaney Sports Center pool. We've had some terrific swims in the first part of this meet, a state record, a 4-time state champion set, and we expect lots more this afternoon as the boys and girls state high school swimming and diving championships continue. And we're proud to be bringing this to you in high def, this NETV Sports event. It's state-of-the-art high definition where available. And if you see there, if you'd like to get a tape or a DVD of the Nebraska State Swimming and Diving Championships, you can log on to netnebraska.org and click sports, or you can call 1-800-228-4630. You'll be able to enjoy memories of the state meet for years to come. NETV is Nebraska's home for sports. And when you think about high school athletics and the memories that are formed, it's really late February and early March that those memories are set down here at the Devaney Center, with 4 consecutive weeks from wrestling to swimming and the 2 basketball tournaments coming up. Well, here's an updated look at the girls' team standings, and you see Omaha Marion with the lead over Lincoln Southeast, 120-96. We expect that lead to grow throughout the afternoon as more of Marion swimmers are in the consolation finals and the finals. Lincoln Southeast with the strong showing to this point. They are in second, followed by Westside Elkhorn. Lincoln East in a tight battle there with Westside Elkhorn. Omaha Burke is 5th, and Millard North is 6th.
What we're seeing there, Larry, is diving is very important, helps Southeast greatly.
And look at the boys. On the boys' side, it's Westside Elkhorn leading, followed by Millard West. Lincoln East is tied in 3rd with Lincoln Southeast, both with 46. Prep has 42, followed by Scotts Bluff in 6th. And that battle between East and Southeast we'll watch closely.
I'd look for East to get more solid as the meet goes on and widen the gap. But I'll tell you, on the girls' side, Lincoln Southeast has put on a nice show today. You know, they picked up a lot of points in diving, but they've closed the gap in the water as well. They've moved up in places everywhere they could.
Well, we talked about the tough ticket, and it certainly is. Assigned seating here in this Devaney Sports Center pool, which holds about 1,100. So we know there are a lot of fans and families and friends sitting at home and watching because they couldn't get in here to this packed Devaney Center pool.
Well, and you'll see it's a little bit dark in the spectator stands. Some of the lights need to be changed. I think they can't find somebody brave enough to go that high and change the light bulb.
What a charged, it is a charged environment here, and it can be good and it can also be bad for the swimmers. Good if you use it in the right way.
That's exactly right. And you try to tell the kids coming into the meet, to get excited. It's okay to get excited. It's not okay to get nervous. And there is a difference between the two. Excitement gives energy, makes you swim faster. Nervousness can create doubt. So you're absolutely right. And I'll tell you what, for the most part, these swimmers are doing a nice job today, and they can thank their coaches for getting them mentally ready for this type of environment.
And now, the consolation final of the girls.
Well, a local athletic director who's here working the state meet is retiring this week. John Henry saying goodbye. What a great athletic director he's been at Lincoln East, and we certainly wish him the best as he goes on to other things. Now time for the girls' 100-yard butterfly. Jacqueline Smolinski in lane 3. Lane 5, Teresa Schuber, Vanessa Wilkie in 6, Maureen Milligan in lane 7, and in lane 8 is Allison Wood. This the consolation final in the girls' 100-yard fly.
I tell you, the boys and girls 100 fly is the event that I've been looking for. I think it's going to be tight races in those championship finals.
Teresa Schuber, big swimming name in the state.
Yeah, had a couple of brothers that were pretty quick in that 50 freestyle.
You're not kidding. Tim since moved on. Teresa now in the pool in lane 5 in the consolation finals of the 100-yard butterfly.
I wonder if Teresa has a deal if she wins the consolation final. She gets,
she gets
a car.
Remember from last year, he wanted, he got a car. Beat his brother. Is that what it was? Beat your brother, you get the car.
I think that was it. Hey, and look on the outside. This is nice to see. Teams working together. That's Jacqueline Smolinski. Remember, Jacqueline was on that medley relay yesterday, gave up that position for Emily. Marion did a nice job, but Jacqueline's coming back right now saying, hey, I'm going to put some points on the board from the outside and win this console.
So Jacqueline Smolinski in lane 3 will win this consolation heat and touches in a time of 59.41.
Way to come back.
Wilkie in lane 6 for Northeast finishing 2nd. Schuber finishing 3rd in lane 5 for Papillion La Vista. And as you said, Smolinski helped Marion, the Crusaders, qualify in that medley relay, and then was replaced by the freshman, and Smolinski comes back and gets some points for her team.
And Jacqueline's been battling some injury this year. She had shoulder surgery and, workouts. It was difficult for her to train as well as she would have liked, but she came back very nicely. A 59.41, that would score high in the next final.
And now we head down to Ray, poolside.
All right, with me is the champion for the boys 50 freestyle, Thomas Gregory of Papillion La Vista. Thomas, what a great swim. I'll tell you what, I watched you at the turn. You were 3rd going into the wall. You come back strong to win it. Tell me about the race.
Well, all you got to do in the 50, you just got to put your head down, just go all out and hope for the best.
What about the start, the turn, and the finish in this race?
Well, in the start, you gotta be really quick off the blocks. Since I was 3rd going into the turn, and you really got to nail the turn, or else you're done for.
Thomas, how about, are you aware of where everybody else is in the race, or do you try and block them out?
Not really. I wasn't really looking at anyone during the race. I just kept my head down and.
Well, congratulations on a great victory. I know you're coming up in the 100. Good luck in the 100.
Thank you.
And that's Papillion La Vista's Thomas Gregory, who, as Ray said, was 3rd after the turn, but what a strong finish and kick, and finished just ahead of Tyler Nielsen from Westside Elkhorn.
I tell you, Tommy is a state meet swimmer. You know, like I say, 2 years ago when Papillion La Vista won the state title, hats off to Tommy Gregory for being a freshman finalist in the 200 free. Big points for Papillion La Vista. Comes back again 2 years later to win this 50. So he knows what it's like to swim at state, knows how important it is to perform.
And there you see Gregory getting the medal from his head coach, Lynn Weaver. In a time of 21:42. In the 50 free. So here's a look then at the results of the 50 free, and Thomas Gregory finishing 1st. Tyler Nielsen was 2nd. Brendan Zubrod 3rd. Russell Mueller 4th, followed by Nicholas Hartman and Arthur Moy.
Len Weaver's got the secret recipe of how to produce those sprinters.
Well, we expect a terrific race here. The girls' 100-yard fly. Emily Franks is in lane 3. Caitlin Arntz in 4. Allison Way in 5. Maggie Bach in 6. Caitlin Zickafoos in 7. And Jordy Hager in lane 8. Arntz, Way, Bach, 4, 5, and 6. Watch those 3 lanes. Your winner could come from any one of the 3.
I've been waiting all year for this race. This is going to be the best head-to-head race in the state meet.
Well, Allison Way regained the season lead from Lincoln East Maggie Bach by leading the way yesterday.
Very fast. Look for Caitlin Arntz to come from behind in that last 50 like she did last year.
Allison Way in 5, Maggie Bach in 6, Caitlin Arntz is in 4. And Allison is out quick, but stay right with her is Caitlin Arntz. Maggie Bach.
We're out a lot faster than yesterday, a full second.
These two, Way and Bach, went head-to-head at the Lincoln Southeast meet, and Maggie Bach from Lincoln East got her. But Way and Bach, 5 and 6. Caitlin Arntz is right there as well. This is going to be tight.
Allison Way was not shaved yesterday, and she's got a little edge right now.
Allison Way touches first, time of 57.55. Followed by Caitlin Arntz and Maggie Bach in lane 6.
14/100ths between first and third. What a race.
57.55, 6.6, and 6.9.
You know what's fun, Larry, is all three of these girls, they're good friends, and they love going head-to-head.
One more look at the finish.
Maggie Bach trying to make a late run there, just a little too late. Allison Way touching first, and Caitlin Arntz finishing strong.
So, the junior Allison Way wins it. Now to the boys' 100-yard butterfly. This, the consolation final. In lane 3, the freshman John Rye, Jordan Post in lane 4, Josh Jacobson's in 5, Moro Ciso in lane 6, Kevin Inser in 7, and Bradley Byman from Millard North, the senior in lane 8.
You know, the butterfly event, you'll see a lot of sprinters really like this fly event, 50 free and 100 fly. It takes a lot of timing. You want to drive from the hips, have a nice dolphin kick. You know, the Nebraska coach here, Larry, Pablo Morales, he's world record holder, Olympic gold medalist.
Might know a thing or two about the stroke.
Yeah, he could share it with these gentlemen right now.
Consolation final, 100-yard fly. Jacobson is in lane 5, Post in 4. Post, the junior from Scotts Bluff. Jacobson is sophomore from North Platte.
The first 50, they want to establish their rhythm. Just take it out smooth. You don't want to force the stroke at all. Just let the body roll. That third 25, it's real important to concentrate and focus and keep that momentum going. Keep that dolphin and coming from the hips. In the last 25, race it.
And after the first 50, Kevin Insor in lane 7 with the slight lead.
Looks like John Rye has the outside. He's got nice clean water, but bad turn right there.
So in lane 7, Insor, the junior from Millard North, but in lane 5 and 6. 6 is Ciso, Jacobson in 5, and touching first is Ciso in lane 6, followed by Insor in 7 and Jacobson in lane 5.
That was a fast heat. Very tight race. Look at first through fourth, just 5/10 between them.
Half a second separating the top 4 in that consolation final. One more look at it.
The finish is real important. You want to be fully extended and hit the wall first. Turns are so important in the 100 fly because if you hit a bad turn, you've lost a lot of momentum, and it's hard to make that up.
Well, the champion of the girls' 100-yard butterfly, Allison Way, and Ray is with her.
Well, a very happy Allison Way. 2 years ago as a freshman, Allison, you were second to Bailey Ingalls by 2/10. Last year, Caitlin Arntz beat you by 200ths. Now it's your turn to be champ.
Finally, I'm so excited. I mean, this is a dream come true for me. I'm so happy.
Well, and of course, as a junior, you get a chance to swim with Maggie and Caitlin next year, and you guys are good friends.
We are. It's tough to compete against like your best friends and whatever, but sometimes when it comes to state, you just gotta go out and do it.
So I guess we can say everybody come back next year and look for the rubber match. Who's gonna win?
Exactly. It'll be good. It'll be fun. I'm excited.
Well, Allison, congratulations. You so deserved it. Nice job on your victory.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
It's great to see that kind of excitement. Allison Way, all smiles after winning the state title over her friends Caitlin Arntz of Millard West, Maggie Bach, Lincoln East. Arntz, Way, and Bach, all juniors. So as Ray pointed out, expect all three to be back here next year battling it out once again.
nice to see that head-to-head competition, and it's nice to see it be a friendly competition. In the water, they're tough as nails and want to take each other out, but when they touch the wall, they're happy with whoever finished first.
And you saw the big hug there from Allison Way and Maggie Bach.
That's Rob Winstead. He's the head coach for Millard South, coached many years. Starting his victory tour. He's going to retire next year.
Well, let's take a look at the results then. In the girls' 100-yard butterfly, Allison Way winning it over Caitlin Arntz and Maggie Bach. Jordy Hager finishing 4th, Kale Zickafoos finishing 5th, and Emily Franks 6th. Now to the boys' 100-yard butterfly final. In lane 3, Adam Sampson, Kevin Horn in 4, Andrew Little in 5 from Papillion La Vista. Max Cater is in lane 6 from Millard West. Preps Robert Bowen in 7, and Sam Cadu, the freshman from Lincoln East, in his second final of the day as just a freshman.
Hey, and it shouldn't go unnoticed. In that championship final, Jacqueline Smolinski's time, 59:41, would have been 4th in that championship heat. So nice swim.
So the boys' 100-yard fly.
There's a fast time. 49:34 all the way back in 1983.
4 seniors, a junior, and a freshman in this race.
Remember, Zach Samlin swam this race last year. He forego it to swam the 100 free to try to upset Zubrud. Drew Little, top seed. He got a little bit of a gift, but he's got to earn that gift today.
Max Cater in the lead. He's in lane 6. Andrew Little in lane 5. Kevin Horn 3rd in lane 4.
Cater and Little head-to-head. They're very tough. Look for this last 25 for Drew to try to get back into this race.
Cater with the lead out of the turn. It's Little in 5. Cater, Little, Horn in that order. And Cater in lane 6 touches first, followed by Little, then Horn.
Nice swim. 52.8 is a great time for Max Cater of Millard West. Millard West boys are swimming very good today. They've moved up in places everywhere they can.
So Max Cater with a nice swim. One more look at the finish.
Here into the finish, what Max is going to look at is looking for the wall to time the strokes so that you can be fully extended when you hit that touch pad. Max was really tough. That third 25, he pulled away from Drew to win that race.
Well, Millard West, as you said, picking up points there. Max Cater, the 32 for winning it, the 16 for winning it, and Kevin Horn finishing 3rd. Oh, you need help with your taxes? NETV can help. This Thursday, a special Nebraska Connects Tax Tips call-in program will help you get the advice you need to figure out your taxes this year. You won't want to miss this season's Tax Tips, Thursday, March 3rd at 7 Central, only on NETV. So now the 13th event of the day, the girls' 100-yard free. Emily Dwornicki in lane 3, Caitlin Hopkins in 4, Britt Samuelson of Lincoln East in 5, Julia Pearson in 6, Kendra Brunkow in 7, and Amanda Bennett is in lane 8.
Britt Samuelson for Lincoln East. This is her only individual event. Larry, she forego the 50 free so that she could help the team out swimming all 3 of the relays for Lincoln East. And I tell you, that's a team player that realizes she's a better relay swimmer, can have more impact on the team by scoring in those relays. So it'd be nice to have her, see her have a good one here.
And a good time to also point out that each school is allowed 4 entries per event, and then each individual is allowed to participate in 4 events total, but no more than 2 individually. So
Correct.
2 individual generally is the way they go, 2 individual and 2 relays. But in Britt's case, she decided to go 3 relays and 1 individual.
Yep, and it's how the points stack up. It paid off for East because all 3 of those relays made top 6.
Well, Britt Samuelson has the lead in lane 5. This is the 100-yard free. It's a down and back twice.
Britt is senior. She's had to come back from some illness early on in the season. She's a very good freestyler, so it's nice to see her swimming well here.
And Britt Samuelson with the lead in lane 5, and right beside her in 6 is Julia Pearson from Westside Elkhorn. Here comes Pearson. It's Pearson and Samuelson, and touching first is Pearson, followed by Britt Samuelson and Hopkins in lane 3.
That last 25 for Julia Pearson was awesome. She just inched it out. She powered down in the flags in. She overtook Britt Samuelson to win that consolation.
By 12/100ths of a second.
Here you see
Pearson
she's actually behind Britt. She's edging up from the flags in to touch first. Britt was a little bit short on that finish.
Placing 12 from Scott's Bluff, Jordan Post.
So, Pearson wins it. Let's go down poolside with Ray.
Thank you, Larry. With me, of course, the champion in the 100 butterfly, second in the IM. Boy, the gold feels good, doesn't it? It's Maxwell Cater.
Hi, how you doing?
Well, tell me a little about this 100 fly, because you went out fast from the beginning. You led it at the 25. You were 24/7 at the 50. You were in the lead. You were in the lead at the 75. But we could see coming down the stretch, it was still starting to get to you.
Oh yeah, I was just worn out from that IM, and I was hoping to bring it back a little bit faster, but it's a gold, and I'm happy with it.
Well, and you should be, and of course, Tracy Stauffer, your coach. Everybody talks about Westside Elkhorn, but you guys aren't willing to give up the team race, are you?
Oh no, we're gonna give them a run for their money.
Well, congratulations, Maxwell. That's absolutely a great swim in the butterfly. Get ready for your relays.
Okay, thanks.
So, Max Cater, we hope you do too, Max. Max Cater, the senior from Millard West, finishing first.
Real thoughtful guy, Larry. He's worried about how Ray's doing.
That's right.
I worry sometimes too.
Well, Max wins it, followed by Andrew Little and Kevin Hort. And
that was a great race. I'll tell you what, Drew Little swam a nice race. Max Cater just came out of the woodwork, put together a perfect last 50 to overtake him.
Big points for Millard West, finishing first and third.
Watch this one. Here comes the headbutt. Head coach Tracy Stauffer, that's his trademark for any of his champions.
So congratulations to Max, who finishes first in the boys' 100-yard fly. Andrew Little of La Vista finishing second. Kevin Horn of Millard West third. Robert Bowen, Adam Sampson, and Sam Cadu of Lincoln East. Now time for the girls' 100-yard free final. Chelsea Tomic in lane 2, Andrea Naughton in 4, Erin Holtmeyer in 5, Kelly Kunkel, the freshman, in lane 6, Jenna Stroud is in 7, and Nikki Pappas is in lane 8.
Holtmeyer trying to continue that string of championships. This is the last one she needs to tie that 7 mark.
If Holtmeyer can win here, it would be her 7th individual gold medal. Only 3 other girls in Nebraska high school swimming and diving history have won 7 individual gold medals. No one has ever won 8. So history here for Erin Holtmeyer in lane 5.
She's out very quick, taking command right at the 50. There's nobody really close to her right now.
Well, she's flanked by her teammate Kelly Kunkel in 6th. Andrea Naughton, the junior from Omaha Burke, is in lane 4. But Holtmeyer leading all the way.
Holtmeyer very consistent, out 11-3, 13-13, and coming back hard. She'll be 12 high on this last 25.
Erin Holtmeyer looking to put her name in the record books, and she does. 7 gold medals, a time of 51:44. Holtmeyer finishes first. Jenna Stroud of Lincoln East is second, followed by Kunkel of Marion. The freshman is third.
Hey, what a great race for Jenna Stroud to move up in there to take second. Jenna's 53.74. That's going to be big points for Lincoln East.
So Erin Holtmeyer is a champion once again here at the State Swimming and Diving Championships.
That 2nd through 5th finish could have been anybody. You know, and I tell you, Jenna, I guarantee you she was looking out of the corner of her eye at Nikki Pappas for Southeast and thinking, I'd like to pick up some extra points on these folks.
Well, for more than 50 years, NETV has been part of this state's history. Local news from across the state, documentaries that affect Nebraskans, and statewide coverage of high school and collegiate sports help us continue the quality of local programming on NETV. With your support, we'll continue to enrich the lives of all of Nebraskans. Visit netnebraska.org or call 1-800-634-6788.
And now for the consolation heat of the boys 100 yards freestyle.
Out of the boys 100-yard free consolation final. Nate Rafferty in lane 3, Brian Barnett in 4, Sam Holmes is in 5. 2 Scotts Bluff swimmers in 6 and 7, Patterson and Blaylock. Craig Merman is in lane 8, the freshman from Lincoln East.
Yeah, I'd be nervous. I thought there was 2 Scotts Bluff swimmers in the same lane. Real important, get good start, good turns, but the nice thing about the 100 is there's a little bit of technique, a little bit of strategy in this race. You'll see swimmers on that third 25 want to bear down and take control of the race.
Sam Holmes turned in the best time yesterday among the swimmers in this consolation final. 50.13. Barnett and Patterson both with 50.37s.
Well, and Rafferty on the outside for Millard West. Sometimes it's nice to be out there. You've got clean water the whole way, and Rafferty's taking advantage of that right now.
So Nate Rafferty on the outside in lane 3.
Slow turn there in lane 5. Sam Holmes was a little bit slow going in and off of the wall, but he's getting a nice finish.
Holmes in 5, the junior from Kearney, slightly over Rafferty, and look at lane 8 is Merman, but touching first is Holmes, followed by Merman and Patterson from Scotts Bluff in lane 6.
You know, Sam Holmes, one of their coaches is Doug Wellness, former All-American here in Nebraska, and he works with those sprinters, and I'm sure he's proud as heck that Sam could win that console final. That was a nice swim.
So Sam Holmes wins it with the time of 49.9. And now down poolside, Ray with Aaron Holtmeyer.
A very happy Aaron Holtmeyer. Take a deep breath for me, will you, hon?
Yeah.
You understand 7 titles? There are only 3 other people in the history of Nebraska State High School swimming that have won 7. That's got to be great.
Yeah, it's great to be among that group.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, it's not over with. You got the 200 free relay, the 400 free relay, and then you guys are really working towards that 6th title, which I know is real important.
Yep, very much.
All right, now tell me a little what's going to happen to you after this meet.
Well, I have a sectional meet to go to next weekend, and then we'll get right into summer training, and then I'll go to college.
And that's going to be Minnesota, and the Big Ten is going to be looking forward to your fast swimming.
Well, I'm excited to be a part of it.
Well, Aaron, congratulations. You have absolutely thrilled all of us for 4 years, and I'm just happy to have had a part and be with you. I told you one time, I said, I should have brought a sack lunch. We do this all the time.
Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
So Aaron Holtmeyer, the senior from Omaha Marion, the 4-time state champ, and 7 individual gold medals over the course of her 4-year career. She was recruited heavily by Texas A&M, among other schools, chose to be part of that Golden Gopher program in Minnesota. Said she went up there and it felt like home immediately, fell in love with it right away. So Holtmeyer will be at Minnesota next year, but will close out her high school career with 7 gold medals and another state championship for Omaha Marion.
Well, I'm real happy for Jenna Stroud getting the 2nd place finish there. A nice way to finish out her great career. We're going to see some good things. Jenna's going to be right here in Lincoln competing for the Huskers, and I'll tell you what, Jenna's got the type of stroke. She's improved so much this year. Her start, her turns, she's really starting to develop that I think she's going to have a good college career.
So a look at the results in the 100-yard free for the girls. It was Aaron Holtmeyer winning it, followed by Jenna Stroud. She was in lane 7 and finished second. Kunkel, the freshman, in lane 3. Nicole Pappas finishing 4th. Tomic 5th, and Naughton finishing 6th. And we're back at the Devaney Sports Center pool, the 2005 State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. The final day. We had diving on Thursday, of course, and today the medals presented in the swimming events. This, the girls' 500-yard free. Ketchum is in lane 3. Nelson in 4. Katie Modlin in 5. Jordy Hager is in 6. Victoria Foreman in 7, the junior from Scotts Bluff. And Omaha Marion's Laura Golitzer in lane 8. Girls 500-yard free.
Tell you, Larry, the sprinters and the distance freestylers are kind of like the field goal kickers of swimming. You just got to be a little bit different to want to swim this event. And yet, if it's a good race like what we're going to see here in the next heat and in the boys' final particularly, it's probably one of the most exciting races in swimming because they're head-to-head and it's a long race. A lot of strategy goes into it.
Well, one of the things that certainly changed in high school swimming is conditioning.
You know, I think what we've seen at the Olympic level is that swimmers, in particular women swimmers, are much older. They're in their late 20s. You see some guys like Gary Hall in their late 20s still competing and sharp. And I think the reason for that is the type of conditioning that these swimmers at the high levels have moved to. It's more of a heart rate conditioning, and it's high quality, low yardage. 2 a day with some of these people are of no more. So the demands that we once saw aren't as great. I'd look for, in Nebraska State Swimming, for there to be a transition of instead of the lower classmen and the girls in particular, you'll start seeing them their junior, senior year hitting their peak then as well.
In lane 5, that's Katie Modlin of Westside Elkhorn, the freshman. Jordy Hager, the sophomore from Marion, is in lane 6. The Crusaders of Omaha Marion won their 8th consecutive Metro Conference championship this year, looking for their 6th straight state title here in Lincoln.
Katie Modlin, just a freshman, you know, in the lead there. Jordy Hager, she's only a sophomore from Marion. I think both of anybody in this race, they've trained so hard all season that it's nice to see them have a good final at the state meet.
Training, I would imagine, much different. Not only different than it used to be, but training for this race much different than the way you would train for if you were, say, a 50 or 100-yard free.
They've got to swim like a machine. They've swam these 50s in practice over and over again to know. They know coming into this race how the 500 is going to turn out because it's almost a foregone conclusion. They swam this race in practice in timing those 50s that they want to be consistent like a machine. It takes a lot of mental toughness to maintain that pace for 20 lengths of the pool.
You saw a great look there of Katie Modlin and her turn. Of course, this broadcast coming to you in high definition where available.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
Another good look. There's Katie's turn in lane 5. She's in the lead.
You'll see the distance freestylers, their legs drag behind a little bit. They want to save their legs till the end because in the 500, oxygen debt is a concern. And so the furthest extremity of the body, the legs, they don't want to use them too greatly. The last 100 yards in particular, you'll start seeing them bring that kick in real strong to finish.
So in lane 5, Katie Modlin, the freshman from Westside Elkhorn. Jordy Hager in 6. Carolyn Nelson of Omaha Burke is in lane 4. Lauren Ketchum is in 3. And there's Westside Elkhorn's Modlin out in front. What a terrific job our crew does all afternoon and morning. And boy, do they have a quick turnaround this past evening. Last night, of course, NETV bringing you UNO hockey. We loaded up the truck, drove back to Lincoln, unloaded it here last night, set up all the cameras back here early this morning. a dedicated crew out here today bringing you these 2005 championships.
Well, Larry, you've got to be dragging. I'm sure it was a long night.
And we're proud to be bringing this to you in high def, this NETV sports event. It's state-of-the-art high definition where available. And if you see there, if you'd like to get a tape or a DVD of the Nebraska State Swimming and Diving Championships, you can log on to netnebraska.org and click sports. Or you can call 1-800-228-4630. You'll be able to enjoy memories of the state meet for years to come. NETV is Nebraska's home for sports. And when you think about high school athletics and the memories that are formed, it's really late February and early March that those memories are set down here at the Devaney Center, with 4 consecutive weeks from wrestling to swimming and the 2 basketball tournaments coming up. Well, here's an updated look at the girls' team standings, and you see Omaha Marion with the lead over Lincoln Southeast, 120-96. We expect that lead to grow throughout the afternoon as more of Marion swimmers are in the consolation finals and the finals. Lincoln Southeast with the strong showing to this point. They are in second, followed by Westside Elkhorn. Lincoln East in a tight battle there with Westside Elkhorn. Omaha Burke is 5th, and Millard North is 6th.
What we're seeing there, Larry, is diving is very important, helps Southeast greatly.
And look at the boys. On the boys' side, it's Westside Elkhorn leading, followed by Millard West. Lincoln East is tied in 3rd with Lincoln Southeast, both with 46. Prep has 42, followed by Scotts Bluff in 6. And that battle between East and Southeast we'll watch closely.
I'd look for East to get more solid as the meet goes on and widen the gap. But I'll tell you, on the girls' side, Lincoln Southeast has put on a nice show today. You know, they picked up a lot of points in diving, but they've closed the gap in the water as well. They've moved up in places everywhere they could.
Well, we talked about the tough ticket, and it certainly is. Assigned seating here in this Devaney Sports Center pool, which holds about 1,100. So we know there are a lot of fans and families and friends sitting at home and watching because they couldn't get in here to this packed Devaney Center pool.
Well, and you'll see it's a little bit dark in the spectator stands. Some of the lights need to be changed. I think they can't find somebody brave enough to go that high and change the light bulb.
What a charged, it is a charged environment here, and it can be good and it can also be bad for the swimmers. Good if you use it in the right way.
That's exactly right. And you try to tell the kids coming into the meet, to get excited. It's okay to get excited. It's not okay to get nervous. And there is a difference between the two. Excitement gives energy, makes you swim faster. Nervousness can create doubt. So you're absolutely right. And I'll tell you what, for the most part, these swimmers are doing a nice job today, and they can thank their coaches for getting them mentally ready for this type of environment.
And now, the consolation final of the girls.
Well, a local athletic director who's here working the state meet is retiring this week. John Henry saying goodbye. What a great athletic director he's been at Lincoln East, and we certainly wish him the best as he goes on to other things. Now time for the girls' 100-yard butterfly. Jacqueline Smolinski in lane 3. Lane 5, Teresa Schubert, Vanessa Wilkie in 6, Maureen Milligan in lane 7, and in lane 8 is Allison Wood. This the consolation final in the girls' 100-yard fly.
I tell you, the boys and girls 100 fly is the event that I've been looking for. I think it's going to be tight races in those championship finals.
Teresa Schubert, big swimming name in the state.
Yeah, I had a couple of brothers that were pretty quick in that 50 freestyle.
You're not kidding. Tim since moved on. Teresa now in the pool in lane 5 in the consolation finals of the 100-yard butterfly.
I wonder if Teresa has a deal if she wins the consolation final, she gets a car.
Remember from last year, he got a car. Beat his brother. Is that what it was? Beat your brother, you get the car.
I think that was it. Hey, and look on the outside. This is nice to see. Teams working together. That's Jacqueline Smolinski. Remember, Jacqueline was on that medley relay yesterday, gave up that position for Emily. Marion did a nice job, but Jacqueline's coming back right now saying, hey, I'm going to put some points on the board from the outside. and win this console.
So Jacqueline Smolinski in lane 3 will win this consolation heat and touches in a time of 59.41.
Way to come back.
Wilkie in lane 6 for Northeast finishing second. Schuber finishing third in lane 5 for Papillion La Vista. And as you said, Smolinski helped Marion, the Crusaders, qualify in that medley relay, and then was replaced by the freshman, and Smolinski comes back and gets some points for her team.
And Jacqueline's been battling some injury this year. She had shoulder surgery and, workouts. It was difficult for her to train as well as she would have liked, but she came back very nicely. A 59.41, that would score high in the next final.
And now we head down to Ray, poolside.
All right, with me is the champion for the boys 50 freestyle, Thomas Gregory of Papillion La Vista. Thomas, what a great swim. I'll tell you what, I watched you at the turn. You were third going into the wall. You come back strong to win it. Tell me about the race.
Well, all you got to do in the 50, you just got to put your head down, just go all out and hope for the best.
What about the start, the turn, and the finish in this race?
Well, in the start, you gotta be really quick off the blocks. Since I was third going into the turn, and you really got to nail the turn, or else you're done for.
Thomas, how about, are you aware of where everybody else is in the race, or do you try and block them out?
Not really. I wasn't really looking at anyone during the race. I just kept my head down and.
Well, congratulations on a great victory. I know you're coming up in the 100. Good luck in the 100.
Thank you.
And that's Papillion La Vista's Thomas Gregory, who, as Ray said, was third after the turn, but what a strong finish and kick, and finished just ahead of Tyler Nielsen from Westside Elkhorn.
I tell you, Tommy is a state meet swimmer. You know, like I say, 2 years ago when Papillion La Vista won the state title, hats off to Tommy Gregory for being a freshman finalist in the 200 free. Big points for Papillion La Vista. Comes back again 2 years later to win this 50. So he knows what it's like to swim at state, knows how important it is to perform.
And there you see Gregory getting the medal from his head coach, Lynn Weaver. In a time of 21:42. In the 50 free. So here's a look then at the results of the 50 free, and Thomas Gregory finishing first. Tyler Nielsen was second. Brendan Zubrod third. Russell Mueller fourth, followed by Nicholas Hartman and Arthur Moy.
Len Weaver's got the secret recipe of how to produce those sprinters.
Well, we expect a terrific race here. The girls' 100-yard fly. Emily Franks is in lane 3. Caitlin Arntz in 4. Allison Way in 5. Maggie Bach in 6. Caitlin Zickafoos in 7. And Jordy Hager in lane 8. Arntz, Way, Bach, 4, 5, and 6. Watch those 3 lanes. Your winner could come from any one of the 3.
I've been waiting all year for this race. This is going to be the best head-to-head race in the state meet.
Well, Allison Way regained the season lead from Lincoln East Maggie Bach by leading the way yesterday.
Very fast. Look for Caitlin Arntz to come from behind in that last 50 like she did last year.
Allison Way in 5, Maggie Bach in 6, Caitlin Arntz is in 4. And Allison is out quick, but stay right with her is Caitlin Arntz. Maggie Bach.
We're out a lot faster than yesterday, a full second.
These two, Way and Bach, went head-to-head at the Lincoln Southeast meet, and Maggie Bach from Lincoln East got her. But Way and Bach, 5 and 6. Caitlin Arntz is right there as well. This is going to be tight.
Allison Way was not shaved yesterday, and she's got a little edge right now.
Allison Way touches first, time of 57.55. Followed by Caitlin Arntz and Maggie Bach in lane 6.
14/100ths between first and third. What a race.
57.55, 6.6, and 6.9.
You know what's fun, Larry, is all 3 of these girls, they're good friends, and they love going head-to-head.
One more look at the finish.
Maggie Bach trying to make a late run there, just a little too late. Allison Way touching first, and Caitlin Arts finishing strong.
So the junior Allison Way wins it. Now to the boys' 100-yard butterfly. This the consolation final. In lane 3, the freshman John Rye, Jordan Post in lane 4, Josh Jacobson's in 5, Moro Ciso in lane 6, Kevin Inser in 7, and Bradley Byman from Millard North, the senior in lane 8.
You know, the butterfly event, you'll see a lot of sprinters really like this fly event, 50 free and 100 fly. It takes a lot of timing. You want to drive from the hips, have a nice dolphin kick. You know, the Nebraska coach here, Larry, Pablo Morales, he's world record holder, Olympic gold medalist.
Might know a thing or two about the stroke.
Yeah, he could share it with these gentlemen right now.
Consolation final, 100-yard fly. Jacobson is in lane 5, Post in 4. Post, the junior from Scotts Bluff. Jacobson is sophomore from North Platte.
The first 50, they want to establish their rhythm. Just take it out smooth. You don't want to force the stroke at all. Just let the body roll. That third 25, it's real important to concentrate and focus and keep that momentum going. Keep that dolphin and coming from the hips. And the last 25, race it.
And after the first 50, Kevin Insor in lane 7 with the slight lead.
Looks like John Rye has the outside. He's got nice clean water, but bad turn right there.
So in lane 7, Insor, the junior from Millard North, but in lane 5 and 6. 6 is Ciso, Jacobson in 5, and touching first is Ciso in lane 6, followed by Insor in 7 and Jacobson in lane 5.
That was a fast heat. Very tight race. Look at first through fourth, just 5/10 between them.
Half a second separating the top 4 in that consolation final. One more look at it.
The finish is real important. You want to be fully extended and hit the wall first. Turns are so important in the 100 fly because if you hit a bad turn, you've lost a lot of momentum, and it's hard to make that up.
Well, the champion of the girls' 100-yard butterfly, Allison Way, and Ray is with her.
Well, a very happy Allison Way. 2 years ago as a freshman, Allison, you were second to Bailey Ingalls by 2/10. Last year, Caitlin Arntz beat you by 200. Now it's your turn to be champ.
Finally, I'm so excited. I mean, this is a dream come true for me. I'm so happy.
Well, and of course, as a junior, you get a chance to swim with Maggie and Caitlin next year, and you guys are good friends.
We are. It's tough to compete against like your best friends and whatever, but sometimes when it comes to state, you just gotta go out and do it.
So I guess we can say everybody come back next year and look for the rubber match. Who's gonna win?
Exactly. It'll be good. It'll be fun. I'm excited.
Well, Allison, congratulations. You so deserved it. Nice job on your victory.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
It's great to see that kind of excitement. Allison Way, all smiles after winning the state title over her friends Caitlin Arntz of Millard West, Maggie Bach, Lincoln East. Arntz, Way, and Bach, all juniors. So as Ray pointed out, expect all 3 to be back here next year battling it out once again.
It's nice to see that head-to-head competition, and it's nice to see it be a friendly competition. In the water, they're tough as nails and want to take each other out. But when they touch the wall, they're happy with whoever finished first.
And you saw the big hug there from Allison Way and Maggie Bach.
That's Rob Wenstead. He's the head coach for Millard South, coached many years. Starting his victory tour. He's going to retire next year.
Well, let's take a look at the results then. In the girls' 100-yard butterfly, Allison Way winning it over Caitlin Arntz and Maggie Bach. Jordy Hager finishing 4th, Kale Zickafoos finishing 5th, and Emily Franks 6th. Now to the boys' 100-yard butterfly final. In lane 3, Adam Sampson. Kevin Horn in 4. Andrew Little in 5 from Papillion La Vista. Max Cater is in lane 6 from Millard West. Preps Robert Bowen in 7, and Sam Cadu, the freshman from Lincoln East, in his second final of the day as just a freshman.
Hey, and it shouldn't go unnoticed. In that championship final, Jacqueline Smolinski's time, 59:41, would have been 4th in that championship heat. So nice swim.
So the boys' 100-yard fly.
There's a fast time. 49:34 all the way back in 1983.
4 seniors, a junior, and a freshman in this race.
Remember, Zach Samlin swam this race last year. He forego it to swam the 100 free to try to upset Zubrud. Drew Little, top seed. He got a little bit of a gift, but he's got to earn that gift today.
Max Cater in the lead. He's in lane 6. Andrew Little in lane 5. Kevin Horn third in lane 4.
Cater and Little head-to-head. They're very tough. Look for this last 25 for Drew to try to get back into this race.
Cater with the lead out of the turn. It's Little in 5. Cater, Little, Horn in that order. And Cater in lane 6 touches first, followed by Little, then Horn.
Nice swim. 52.8 is a great time for Max Cater of Millard West. Millard West boys are swimming very good today. They've moved up in places everywhere they can.
So Max Cater with a nice swim. One more look at the finish.
Here into the finish, what Max is going to look at is looking for the wall to time the strokes so that you can be fully extended when you hit that touch pad. Max was really tough. That third 25, he pulled away from Drew to win that race.
Well, Millard West, as you said, picking up points there. Max Cater, the 32 for winning it, the 16 for winning it, and Kevin Horn finishing third. Oh, you need help with your taxes? NETV can help. This Thursday, a special Nebraska Connects Tax Tips call-in program will help you get the advice you need to figure out your taxes this year. You won't want to miss this season's Tax Tips, Thursday, March 3rd at 7 Central, only on NETV. So now the 13th event of the day, the girls 100-yard free. Emily Dwornicki in lane 3, Caitlin Hopkins in 4, Britt Samuelson of Lincoln East in 5, Julia Pearson in 6, Kendra Brunkow in 7, and Amanda Bennett is in lane 8.
Britt Samuelson for Lincoln East. This is her only individual event. Larry, she forego the 50 free so that she could help the team out swimming all 3 of the relays for Lincoln East. And I tell you, that's a team player that realizes she's a better relay swimmer or can have more impact on the team by scoring in those relays. So it'd be nice to have her, see her have a good one here.
And a good time to also point out that each school is allowed 4 entries per event, and then each individual is allowed to participate in 4 events total, but no more than 2 individually. So
Correct.
2 individual generally is the way they go, 2 individual and 2 relays. But in Britt's case, she decided to go 3 relays and 1 individual.
Yep, and it's how the points stack up. It paid off for East because all 3 of those relays made top 6.
Well, Britt Samuelson has the lead in lane 5. This is the 100-yard free. It's a down and back twice.
Britt is senior. She's had to come back from some illness early on in the season. She's a very good freestyler, so it's nice to see her swimming well here.
And Britt Samuelson with the lead in lane 5, and right beside her in 6 is Julia Pearson from Westside Elkhorn. Here comes Pearson. It's Pearson and Samuelson, and touching first is Pearson, followed by Britt Samuelson and Hopkins in lane 3.
That last 25 for Julia Pearson was awesome. She just inched it out. She powered down in the flags in. She overtook Britt Samuelson to win that consolation.
By 12/100ths of a second.
Here you see
Pearson
she's actually behind Britt. She's edging up from the flags in to touch first. Britt was a little bit short on that finish.
Placing 12 from Scotts Bluff, Jordan Post.
So, Pearson wins it. Let's go down poolside with Ray.
Thank you, Larry. With me, of course, the champion in the 100 butterfly, second in the IM. Boy, the gold feels good, doesn't it? It's Maxwell Cater.
Hi, how you doing?
Well, tell me a little about this 100 fly, because you went out fast from the beginning. You led it at the 25. You were 24/7 at the 50. You were in the lead. You were in the lead at the 75. But we could see coming down the stretch, it was still starting to get to you.
Oh yeah, I was just worn out from that IM, and I was hoping to bring it back a little bit faster, but it's a gold, and I'm happy with it.
Well, and you should be, and of course, Tracy Stauffer, your coach. Everybody talks about Westside Elkhorn, but you guys aren't willing to give up the team race, are you?
Oh no, we're gonna give them a run for their money.
Well, congratulations, Maxwell. That's absolutely a great swim in the butterfly. Get ready for your relays.
Okay, thanks.
So, Max Cater, we hope you do too, Max. Max Cater, the senior from Millard West, finishing first.
Real thoughtful guy, Larry. He's worried about how Ray's doing.
That's right.
I worry sometimes too.
Well, Max wins it, followed by Andrew Little and Kevin Hort.
That was a great race. I'll tell you what, Drew Little swam a nice race. Max Cater just came out of the woodwork, put together a perfect last 50 to overtake him.
Big points for Millard West, finishing first and third.
And watch this one. Here comes the headbutt. Head coach Tracy Stauffer. That's his trademark for any of his champions.
So congratulations to Max, who finishes first in the boys' 100-yard fly. Andrew Little of Papillion La Vista finishing second. Kevin Horn of Millard West third, followed by Robert Bowen, Adam Sampson, and Sam Cadu of Lincoln East. Now time for the girls' 100-yard free final. Chelsea Tomic in lane 2, Andrea Naughton in 4, Erin Holtmeyer in 5, Kelly Kunkel, the freshman, in lane 6, Jenna Stroud is in 7, and Nikki Pappas is in lane 8.
Holtmeyer trying to continue that string of championships. This is the last one she needs to tie that 7 mark.
If Holtmeyer can win here, it would be her 7th individual gold medal. Only 3 other girls in Nebraska high school swimming and diving history have won 7 individual gold medals. No one has ever won 8. So history here for Erin in 5.
She's out very quick, taking command right at the 50. There's nobody really close to her right now.
Well, she's flanked by her teammate Kelly Kunkel in 6th. Andrea Naughton, the junior from Omaha Burke, is in lane 4. But Holtmeyer leading all the way.
Holtmeyer very consistent, out 11-3, 13-13, and coming back hard. She'll be 12 high on this last 25.
Erin Holtmeyer looking to put her name in the record books, and she does. 7 gold medals, a time of 51:44. Holtmeyer finishes first. Jenna Stroud of Lincoln East is second, followed by Kunkel of Marion. The freshman is third.
Hey, what a great race for Jenna Stroud to move up in there to take second. Jenna's 53.74. That's going to be big points for Lincoln East.
So Erin Holtmeyer is a champion once again here at the State Swimming and Diving Championships.
That 2nd through 5th finish could have been anybody, you know, and I tell you, Jenna, I guarantee you she was looking out of the corner eye at Nikki Pappas for Southeast and thinking, I'd like to pick up some extra points on these folks.
Well, for more than 50 years, NETV has been part of this state's history. Local news from across the state, documentaries that affect Nebraskans, and statewide coverage of high school and collegiate sports help us continue the quality of local programming on NETV. With your support, we'll continue to enrich the lives of all of Nebraskans. Visit netnebraska.org or call 1-800-634-6788.
And now for the consolation heat of the boys 100 yards freestyle.
Out of the boys 100-yard free consolation final. Nate Rafferty in lane 3. Brian Barnett in 4. Sam Holmes is in 5. 2 Scotts Bluff swimmers in 6 and 7. Patterson and Blaylock. Craig Merman is in lane 8, the freshman from Lincoln East.
Yeah, I'd be nervous. I thought there was 2 Scotts Bluff swimmers in the same lane. Real important, get good start, good turns, but the nice thing about the 100 is there's a little bit of technique, a little bit of strategy in this race. You'll see swimmers on that third 25 want to bear down and take control of the race.
Sam Holmes turned in the best time yesterday among the swimmers in this consolation final. 50.13. Barnett and Patterson both with 50.37s.
Well, and Rafferty on the outside for Millard West. Sometimes it's nice to be out there. You've got clean water the whole way, and Rafferty's taking advantage of that right now.
So Nate Rafferty on the outside in lane 3.
Slow turn there in lane 5. Sam Holmes was a little bit slow going in and off of the wall, but he's getting a nice finish.
Holmes in 5, the junior from Kearney, slightly over Rafferty, and look at lane 8 is Merman, but touching first is Holmes, followed by Merman and Patterson from Scotts Bluff in lane 6.
You know, Sam Holmes, one of their coaches is Doug Wellness, former All-American here in Nebraska, and he works with those sprinters, and I'm sure he's proud as heck that Sam could win that console final. That was a nice swim.
So Sam Holmes wins it with the time of 49.9. And now down poolside, Ray with Aaron Holtmeyer.
A very happy Aaron Holtmeyer. Take a deep breath for me, will you, hon?
Yeah.
You understand 7 titles? There are only 3 other people in the history of Nebraska State High School swimming that have won 7. That's got to be great.
Yeah, it's great to be among that group.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, it's not over with. You got the 200 free relay, the 400 free relay, and then you guys are really working towards that 6th title, which I know is real important.
Yep, very much.
All right, now tell me a little what's going to happen to you after this meet.
Well, I have a sectional meet to go to next weekend, and then we'll get right into summer training, and then I'll go to college.
And that's going to be Minnesota, and the Big Ten is going to be looking forward to your fast swimming.
Well, I'm excited to be a part of it.
Well, Aaron, congratulations. You have absolutely thrilled all of us for 4 years, and I'm just happy to have had a part and be with you. I told you one time, I said, I should have brought a sack lunch. We do this all the time.
Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
So Aaron Holtmeyer, the senior from Omaha Marion, the 4-time state champ, and 7 individual gold medals over the course of her 4-year career. She was recruited heavily by Texas A&M, among other schools, chose to be part of that Golden Gopher program in Minnesota since she went up there, and it felt like home immediately, fell in love with it right away. So Holtmeyer will be at Minnesota next year, but will close out her high school career with 7 gold medals and another state championship for Omaha Marion.
Well, I'm real happy for Jenna Stroud getting the 2nd place finish there. A nice way to finish out her great career. We're going to see some good things. Jenna's going to be right here in Lincoln competing for the Huskers, and I'll tell you what, Jenna's got the type of stroke. She's improved so much this year. Her start, her turns, she's really starting to develop that I think she's going to have a good college career.
So a look at the results in the 100-yard free for the girls. It was Aaron Holtmeyer winning it, followed by Jenna Stroud. She was in lane 7 and finished 2nd. Kunkel, the freshman, in lane 3. Nicole Pappas finishing 4th. Tomic 5th, and Naughton finishing 6th. Now to the boys' 100-yard free final. Russell Mueller in lane 3. Brendan Zubrod in 4. Zach Samlin back in there again in lane 5. Tommy Gregory in 6. Arthur Moy in lane 7, and in 8, it's Jared Sherman.
Hey, I tell you what, Lincoln East is picking up some big points in this event. Craig Merman in that consolation final swam great. He finished 2nd in that heat, moved up 3 places. And then Lincoln East also has a finalist here with Russell.
In lane 5, Zach Samlin, your two-time 100 fly champion, opted instead to go after Millard West in points.
Yep, again, but I'll tell you what, Tommy Gregory's in here too. He upset everybody in that 50 free. This is a tougher event for him going up against Zach Samlin, but you never know when the old excitement kind of takes over.
So Samlin in lane 5 of Westside Elkhorn. Yesterday his time of 46:01, about a half second off the state record. And Samlin in lane 5. Zubrod is in 4, Gregory in 6, but it's Samlin at the touch in a time of 46.4. So Zach Samlin winning the gold in the boys 100-yard free.
Nice way to finish out his career. Tell you what, Zach, 2 state titles, 2 relays, and a team championship on the way.
Zach Samlin, the champion in the 100-yard free. Nice hug there for Moy of Westside Elkhorn, his teammate. NETV Sports coverage of the 2005 Nebraska State High School Swimming and Diving Championships are brought to you in part by NPPD, always there when you need us. By Bryant LGH Medical Center, the first name in healthcare. And by the Nebraska Soybean Board, promoting soy biodiesel fuel, clean burning and renewable, making a difference for soybean farmers and you. And we're back at the Devaney Sports Center pool, the 2005 State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. The final day. We had diving on Thursday, of course, and today the medals presented in the swimming events. This, the girls' 500-yard free. Ketchum is in lane 3, Nelson in 4, Katie Modlin in 5, Jordy Hager is in 6, Victoria Foreman in 7, the junior from Scotts Bluff, and Omaha Marion's Laura Golitzer in lane 8. Girls 500-yard free.
Tell you, Larry, the sprinters and the distance freestylers are kind of like the field goal kickers of swimming. You just got to be a little bit different to want to swim this event. And yet, if it's a good race like what we're going to see here in the next heat and in the boys' final particularly, it's probably one of the most exciting races in swimming because they're head-to-head and it's a long race. A lot of strategy goes into it.
Well, one of the things that certainly changed in high school swimming is conditioning.
You know, I think what we've seen at the Olympic level is that swimmers, in particular women swimmers, are much older. They're in their late 20s. You see some guys like Gary Hall in their late 20s still competing and sharp. And I think the reason for that is the type of conditioning that these swimmers at the high levels have moved to. It's more of a heart rate conditioning, and it's high quality, low yardage. 2 a day with some of these people are of no more. So the demands that we once saw aren't as great. I'd look for, in Nebraska State Swimming, for there to be a transition of instead of the lower classmen and the girls in particular, you'll start seeing them their junior, senior year hitting their peak then as well.
In lane 5, that's Katie Modlin of Westside Elkhorn, the freshman. Jordy Hager, the sophomore from Marion, is in lane 6. The Crusaders of Omaha Marion won their 8th consecutive Metro Conference championship this year, looking for their 6th straight state title here in Lincoln.
Katie Modlin, just a freshman, you know, in the lead there. Jordy Hager, she's only a sophomore from Marion. I think both of anybody in this race, they've trained so hard all season that it's nice to see them have a good final at the state meet.
Training, I would imagine, much different, not only different than it used to be, but training for this race, much different than the way you would train for if you were, say, a 50 or 100-yard free.
they've got to swim like a machine. They've swam these 50s in practice over and over again to know, they know coming into this race how the 500 is going to turn out, because it's almost a foregone conclusion. They've swam this race in practice in timing those 50s that they want to be consistent like a machine. Takes a lot of mental toughness to maintain that pace for 20 lengths of the pool.
You saw a great look there of Katie Modlin and her turn. Of course, this broadcast coming to you in high definition where available.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
Another good look. There's Katie's turn in lane 5. She's in the lead.
You'll see the distance freestylers, their legs drag behind a little bit. They want to save their legs till the end, because in the 500, oxygen debt is a concern. And so the furthest extremity of the body, the legs, they don't want to use them too greatly. The last 100 yards in particular, you'll start seeing them bring that kick in real strong to finish.
So in lane 5, Katie Modlin, the freshman from Westside Elkhorn, Jordy Hager in 6. Carolyn Nelson of Omaha Burke is in lane 4. Lauren Ketchum is in 3. There's Westside Elkhorn's Modlin out in front. What a terrific job our crew does all afternoon and morning, and boy, do they have a quick turnaround this past evening. Last night, of course, NETV bringing you UNO hockey. Loaded up the truck, drove back to Lincoln, unloaded it here last night, set up all the cameras back here early this morning. A dedicated crew out here today bringing you these 2005 championships.
Well, Larry, you've got to be dragging. I'm sure it was a long night and a long day for you as well. Ray and I were asleep last night and slept in this morning.
It's easy on me. I'm not carrying the heavy equipment. I'm not pulling the cables and packing up. They had it tough, trust me.
Well, it looks like the swimmers are swimming exactly as they finished yesterday. That perfect V shape. Lead swimmer in the center of the pool in lane 5. Katie's starting to open her lead up. She's got good rhythm right now. Look for her on this last 50 to really kick the legs in hard. Jordy Hager in lane 6 is trying to put the move. I think there's too much distance, though, for her to close that gap, but she's making a nice run.
So Modlin in lane 5. Katie Modlin touches in a time of 5:18.15, followed by Hager. Jordy Hager in lane 2, and in lane 4, it'll be Nelson finishing 3rd. A nice swim by Modlin, the freshman.
Nice finish in that heat. You know, we saw Marion, they had a couple of finalists there, some big points. Coming up in the next heat, Southeast is loaded nicely to put a move on Lincoln East for the points.
So Omaha Marion picking up more points there with 2 in that consolation final. Golwitzer finishing 6th, and Jordy Hager finishing 2nd. Liking it to the mile. Well, the boys' 100-yard free champ, Zach Samlin, is poolside with Ray.
Zach, congratulations on another gold medal. 100 freestyle, 46.4. How did it feel?
Fast. I mean, it felt good. I just felt like I shortened up the stroke a little bit at the end and still went pretty fast, so.
You know, you were defending champion in the 100 butterfly the last 2 years. You opted out of the fly to swim the 100 free. Why?
Because we needed 100 freestyle and we had 200 flyers that we thought would score pretty well, and so we opted to go with the 100 free this year.
Now that you've swum both, what do you like better, fly or free?
They're both good events. I mean, they're short, so it's fast. They're just as equal.
Do you like the sprint event better than, say, the 200?
Again, it's the same. I mean, the 200's a little longer, so it takes a little more endurance. So, but it's still a fun event.
Well, Zach, go on up and get your award. Congratulations, our champion in the 100 free.
Thank you.
He'll be a volunteer next year. Well, Tennessee volunteer. I'm sure he volunteers in his community a lot. But
you know, years ago, there was a gentleman, Kevin Weirs, back in the early 80s, late 70s, that also went on to University of Tennessee, won this event, the 200 free, so a little deja vu.
So there's Zach Samlin, won at a time of 46.4. His second gold medal of the day. So Zach Samlin finishing first. He was a two-time 100 fly champ, and he wins the 100 free this afternoon. Tom Gregory finished second, followed by Brendan Zubrod, Arthur Moy, Russell Mueller, and Jared Sharman from Columbus. You know, Pat DeBase certainly gets a lot of credit for what goes on at Marion, but his assistant, which you see to the right there, rubbing the back of the swimmers, Stephanie Pantano. Steph is in her 6th year as the relay coach for Marion, and boy, she has turned that relay around for Marion. They had not won a relay in 18 years. In 2001, they won both the 200 medley and the 400 free. Last year, they set the 400 free state record. And Pantano has been around swimming for a long time and really helped turn around that Marion relay team. Now to the girls' 500 free. In lane 3, Jensen Henry. Lindsey Klein is in 4. Jennifer Kosas, the two-time defending champ, is in 5. Erin Dolan in 6. Maggie Skiles is in 7. And Allison Bartle is in lane 8.
Erin Dolan, Lincoln Southeast in lane 6, just a freshman, getting a taste of the state championship finals today.
Kosas already owns the 200 freestyle record.
Well, and Jen, she just dominates this event. I think she said in that 200 free that this is her favorite event. You know, so look to her to take command of the lead and then just get into her rhythm of you know, rolling 29s, 28s right in there. We'll see what the game plan is with Coach DeBase.
And she's out to the early lead. In lane 6 is Kosas.
She swam through the prelims real easy, so you know, it's hard to really tell what kind of time she's got in her. We'll see that as this race develops. Maggie Skiles, she's out from Scotts Bluff. So, you know, look to her to get in this race as well. The thing I'm trying to figure out, though, is Scotts Bluff has got some great distance swimmers. Zach Chain will be in the championship final for the boys. Their coach, Mike Hayhurst, I don't think he swam over 100 yards when he was in college. So how does he get these great distance kids?
Of course, Mike Hayhurst has been out in Scottsbluff for a while, was a club coach in Metro Omaha for a long time.
You know, and I think he's really enjoying it out there. He's developed a program. He's got a great group of kids to work with, and he's starting to build some tradition with these Scottsbluff swimmers of coming into state and swimming well.
Coaches can absolutely make a difference. You heard Kyle Bentz get credit earlier. Of course, Pat DeBase has done wonderful things at Marion. We talked about Steph Pantano and what she's done with that relay team at Omaha Marion. In fact, Pantano, you know, not only is she a terrific coach, but a fantastic competitor as well. She set a state record. She was a state champion in the 100 backstroke for Millard North. She qualified for 8 junior national championships during her career. Swam and graduated from Texas A&M. And her husband is a high school coach and collegiate All-American. There's some swimming lines there.
Well, it's amazing how many of these coaches had tremendous success themselves in high school. One that comes to the top of my mind is Heather Schwab, assistant coach for Millard West. She was a tremendous breaststroker for Lincoln East, and now she wants to share that knowledge with younger swimmers.
Well, Omaha Marion's Jen Kosas way out front here in this 500-yard free. And Marion way out in front in terms of the team race. And much has been made in the last few weeks about a public championship or a state championship or a mythical public championship. And really there's one state high school champion.
Well, I think it's important for people to remember what the truth is about the team championship in high school swimming. There has been some misinformation, Larry, put out there of a so-called public school state champion. All high schools in Nebraska compete under the NSAA, and this meet is the state championship. So the NSAA has not recognized there being a public school state champion or a private school state champion, and I guess I'd like to see that type of stuff maybe set aside, because the fact is we've got a good thing going in Nebraska. I think probably the best high school state swimming championship in the nation, and I just hate to see things like a public school state championship be divisive in that community. So I'd encourage all of us, you know, hey, we got a good thing going here. Let's work together. The real focus needs to be on getting more kids involved in this sport, more high schools having swimming available to them so we can get them to the state meet. One thing that we do need to remember, unlike some other sports, swimming is an all-class sport. It's not class A, B, and C, and D. It's all class. So we're lucky to have them all in the pool today.
Well, the psychology of it is, if we know somebody's going to dominate and win, we can try to convince our kids that they have something to shoot for when they're really going for second.
Hey, and I got news. Dynasties like you're seeing here with Marion, and we're watching Jen Kosis win that second event. Everything comes in cycles. West Side was dominant with the boys years ago. They've come back again. Creighton Prep. You know, it goes in cycles. Southeast had a run years ago. Everything changes.
Well, Jen Kosis will win this girls' 500-yard free final. The state record of 4:54, close but not quite. 4:55.32. A terrific time for Jen Kosis.
That is an excellent time. Best time for Jen. I'm sure she was looking to break that state record. But I'll tell you what, she's just got to be a little more hungry next year as a senior, and she'll finish the job.
So now a three-time state champion in the 500-yard free is Jen Kosis of Omaha Marion, and she was tracking that record. A time of 4:55.32, just over a second off of 4:54.18. And when you take a look at the length of the race, that's the amount of time she can make up in the next year.
Tell you, she's a hard worker, just dominates this event.
Our lineup of Nebraska High School Championship events continues in March on NETV Sports. Be with us for live coverage of both girls and boys state basketball tournaments from right here at the Devaney Sports Center. The girls' finals take place next Saturday, the boys' championships Saturday, March 12th. We'll have all the action in all 6 classes right here on NETV Sports, Nebraska's home for sports. And really, this is the second of 4 weekends of high school state championship action. The wrestling, of course, last week. Swimming is this weekend. Girls state basketball next weekend. And then, of course, the boys. Now time to take a look at the boys' 500-yard free consolation final field. Casey McNair is in lane 3. Brant John in lane 4. Matthew O's in 5. AJ Pruss in 6. Michael Jack is in 7. Ryan Crissel is in lane 8, the freshman from Papillion La Vista.
Matt O's our top seed in this heat. Remember, he won that console final in the 200 free with an outstanding time. Let's see what he's got in the 500 now. You know, Larry, you talked about NETV providing broadcasts of all the high school sports. I can't thank them enough for having those on live TV for the parents. There's a lot of folks that couldn't make it today. And I'm not so sure that NETV shouldn't be credited with the success that we enjoy in Nebraska high school competition. Having that promotion and all goes a long way. I remember Jessie Bayless, who is a state champion. She was also a junior national champion. But she could walk down the hall of the school and people would say, all right, well, you won the junior national champions, but did you win state?
This, the consolation of the boys' 500-yard free. Matt O's in 5. Brant John in lane 4 right now from Omaha Burke with the lead.
It looks like Matt's kind of set back a little bit. Maybe his race strategy is to let the race develop before he tries to move into the lead here.
In lane 6, that's A.J. Pruss, the junior from Norfolk. In lane 7, Mike Jack of Ralston Omaha Gross. And in 8, Ryan Crissell from Papillion Lewiston. You know, the Monarchs have won or finished second in each of the last 4 years at state. Probably won't get that done this year, but Lynn Weaver really going at it in a little bit of a different way. He's using depth this year as opposed to those really strong 2 or 3 swimmers that he's had in the 2 years.
Yeah, you got to take what they give you. You know, he had some big guns a couple of years ago when he won that boys championship, but he's just got a solid team now, and I think you're seeing, you know, that develop. We talked about some things in the year to come. Well, Len's probably going to retire next year, and I think he wants to leave a strong team to have that opportunity down the road.
Casey McNair in lane 3 from North Platte with the lead. Tightly bunched group here.
Tell you, for a 500, it's anybody's race right now. There's a lot of strategy that goes into this. And at times, I don't know that we're seeing it right now, but sometimes there's an opportunity to draft on the swimmers next to you. And by drafting, you can get over closer to the lane line and actually ride the wake of the swimmer to the next to them and get a little bit easier swim. They don't have to work quite as hard. These guys are so tightly bunched. I don't know that there's much of an opportunity there right now. I think Matt's trying to find that draft on either side of him, but I don't know that it's there.
Pruss, O's, John, McNair in that order, and they are in lanes 6, 5, 4, and 3 from the bottom of your screen to the top.
Well, and here you're seeing them kind of set things up for the draft. You've got out in lane 6 our leader, but then you'll see them slant down. Each of them, each lane trying to get a hold of a little bit of a wake and take it easy so they can get a last-minute spurt. AJ sure is helping Matt get a draft right now. He just now moved to the other side of the lane, but Matt, you'll see, is on that inside lane trying to catch up with AJ, and everybody down the line doing the same.
And it's still Pruss in lane 6. A.J. Pruss, the junior from Norfolk.
Yeah, it's the dangerous thing of letting somebody get ahead of you like that is you don't want to get them so far ahead that you can't reel it in. And A.J. right now, I think, is trying to take advantage and get command here so that there's too much for Matt to make up.
So Pruss in lane 6, O's in 5. O's the sophomore from Southeast, Pruss the junior from Norfolk.
Look for Matt to start bringing the legs in right now if he's going to try to make a run on AJ.
They're in the final 50 now of this boys 500-yard consolation free.
This turn's going to be real important for both of these guys. Matt came off the wall real nicely. I just don't know if it's quite enough yet.
A.J. Pruss in 6, still with the lead. Matt O's right there with him, but it will be A.J. Pruss touching first, followed by O's in the battle for third at the top of the pool, won by John. Brant John finishing third.
I'll tell you what, A.J. swam a nice race there. In the next heat, you're going to see his teammate, Kyle Wemhoff. I'm sure both of those guys were pushing each other and have swam this race many times head-to-head, and I got to believe that helped him get through this race.
So the consolation final of the boys 500-yard free goes to A.J. Pruss of Norfolk, O's of Southeast second, and John finishing third. And with another champ, race poolside with Jen Kosis.
A very happy Jen Kosis, I might add. 4:55.32, only 1 second off that state record. Did you know you were that close?
No, I didn't know I was that close, but it felt really smooth, so.
Well, and comparing it to your 200, you look nice and long and smooth out there. What goes through your mind when you're swimming a race that lasts for 5 minutes?
Just focus on kicking in and out of the turns, because that's where my weakest point is, and also just really focused on the swim.
Does it bother you that you don't have someone up close to you for competition, or do you feel like you can just handle it by yourself?
It doesn't really matter. I just swim. No matter what.
Now, some distance swimmers will breathe every other stroke or breathe on opposite sides. Do you do that?
No, I breathe every stroke. It's just a rhythm that I get into. It's hard to break.
Well, Jennifer, congratulations. 2 gold medals. This makes number 5 for you in your junior year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, Jen Kosis, the state champ in the girls' 500-yard free. As we said, she owns the state record in the 200 free. She set that last year. She won a second gold in the 200 free earlier, and as Ray just explained, 5 gold medals now for the junior from Omaha Marion.
Well, and thanks to the schedule of the events, Jen's on pace next year to get her 7th. That would tie the record of most state titles. And then Karen Chris would swim a few events later and possibly break that record.
So she could at least have the record for a short time, right?
There you go.
So Jen Kosis is your champ in the girls' 500-yard free. 3-time champ now. Lindsey Klein second, Aaron Dolan was third, Jensen Henry, Maggie Skiles, and Allison Bartle round out the medalists. Now to the boys, 500-yard free, this the final. Brandon Christensen, the junior from Omaha Burke, Kyle Wimhoff in lane 4, the freshman. Spencer Laver, Zach Chain, defending champion in lane 6. Trevor Woods is in 7, and Josh Riesberg is in 8.
This is going to be a great race. Very, very few times do you have a close race in the 500 free, but I really think this is going to be one of those days where all 3, 4, 5, and 6 are going to be, within a second or 2 of each other.
Well, Zach Chain of Scotts Bluff is in lane 6. He is your defending champ. Spencer Laver of Westside Elkhorn, the sophomore, is in lane 5, had the best time yesterday. 4:49.89. Chain's time just under a second slower.
We got a freshman, a sophomore, and a junior going head-to-head right now.
Kyle Wimhoff, the freshman.
Larry, I kind of like Jen's quote there. I just swim. And she swims very well.
Very well. So Chain with the lead in lane 6, flanked by Laver.
Zach's our defending champion in this event. Scotts Bluff brought their team in, Larry, and in the last week, Mike Ahern said all but one of their swimmers has been sick. So I tell you what, I'm sure these guys are looking forward to feeling a little better, and maybe Zach is showing us a little bit better swim today because of it.
Well, even a viral infection like that could absolutely take enough out of you to have an impact.
Well, and especially in a 500 free. They can't afford to take time off to rest too much because these distance swimmers, the conditioning is real important to them so they can make the distance.
Chain, Laver, and Wimhoff in that order.
Now Spencer Laver, I'm sure, would like to win this event so that add some extra points to the team race, personal title. Kyle Wimhoff, just a freshman. I tell you, he has swam like a champion all season. You would not know he was a freshman. A lot of the invitationals, he's gone into them with a lot of confidence and swam well, and I think he's doing a good job today.
In 6, that's still Zach Chain. Spencer Laver to his right, Kyle Wimhoff in lane 4. 1, 2, 3.
Spencer Laver looks like he wants to try to edge up and take command right now.
Well, at that last turn, Laver and Chain were dead even.
Out of the three, I got to tell you, I like Kyle's stroke rate the best. He's very easy, very smooth in his strokes. I'd say it's probably 1.5 times on Zach and Spencer Laver to Kyle's 1.
Wim Hof, the freshman from Norfolk, in lane 4.
You'll see Spencer actually has kind of moved over a little bit. There's an opportunity right now for Zach to get a draft, and I think he's in good position at this point. We've had a couple of lead changes. Now we've got Kyle Wemhoff putting a move. Exact reverse of what we had about 100 yards ago.
Wim Hof, Laver, and Chain now in 4, 5, and 6. Wim Hof with the lead.
Like I say, out of the three, I like Kyle's stroke rate the best. We'll see if he's got any gas left in the tank for that last 100, because I'm sure Spencer and Zach are going to bring the legs in and sprint.
Wim Hof of Norfolk, coached by David Nelson. Nelson in his 3rd year at Norfolk.
Spencer's getting the signals. He's got to turn it on right now. Kyle's getting away from him.
So Laver's starting to turn it on. The sophomore from Westside Elkhorn. Now the final 50. And it's Wim Hof and Laver right beside each other.
There comes the legs on Kyle.
In lane 4, still Kyle Wim Hof. Laver in lane 5. Zach Chain is falling behind in 6.
Look at the finish.
Still Wim Hof in 4, but
Wim
here
Hof
comes
is
Laver.
smooth as could be coming into the wall.
And Wim Hof, the freshman, touches first. A state championship for the freshman from Norfolk High.
You don't see that very often in the boys.
Spencer Laver, Zach Chain, 2nd and 3rd.
I got to tell you, Kyle put together a beautiful race right there for a freshman to not be intimidated by upperclassmen like that and just swim his own race. At points, he was in 3rd and a little bit behind. He didn't seem to lose any confidence at any time in that race. He swam his own times.
And as you mentioned, very smooth in the water.
There was the finish. You know, at that point, I think Spencer just let him get the lead, got a little bit too far ahead of him, and there wasn't enough room to make up.
We'll have a momentary delay before we start this consolation final.
Well, NETV goes to the movies, and you're invited. See NETV's production of Frontier University Dreams in high definition on the big screen at the Mary Ripham Ross Media Arts Center in Lincoln on March 6th. Frontier University Dreams is a historical look at the University of Nebraska from its beginnings to the turn of the 20th century. It's free and everyone is welcome to the premiere of Frontier University Dreams, Sunday night, March 6th at 7 Central. Now the consolation of the girls' 200-yard free relay. In lane 3, Ralston Gross. Millard West is in lane 4. Southeast is in 5. Kearney in 6. Scottsbluff in 7. And Omaha Duchesne Academy in lane 8. Well, we certainly, along with the rest of the swimming community, want to wish Dan Haskey the best, the head coach of Duchesne Academy. He's the cross-country and swimming coach at Duchesne, was diagnosed with brain cancer. Since then, he's been through surgery and intensive treatment and still working his full-time job, and Haskey's continued to coach both teams. Some close to him certainly say he's superhuman, but to all of us, he's an inspiration. And Dan, we all certainly wish you the best. And his swimmers in the pool now in lane 8, Omaha Duchesne Academy.
He's developed a good program. They've done well in the state championships. He's got a nice relay team here in this consolation final.
Out in front in lane 5 is Lincoln Southeast. Shelly Noble is in the water now.
This is a tough race for Lincoln Southeast. They've got to win this console to keep position. They want to keep those extra 4 points for this relay.
Megan Kennedy of Kearney with a nice leg there.
Out of the 3 relays, this was Southeast's weakest relay of the 3. They've got the other 2 in the top 6. This one, it's real important that they keep this position.
Kara O'Connell, the sophomore from Kearney, in lane 6, trying to stretch that lead, but in 7, there is Scotts Bluff's Sarah Harvey.
Yeah, keep an eye on Kearney. I'll tell you what, Cal Benz and Doug Wilness, they've got these girls ready to roll.
A tight race going into the final leg. 0.2 of a second separating the top 3.
Down to the wire. Turns are important.
Final 50 in lane 5. It's Southeast. Kearney's in 6. Scotts Bluff in 7. In 5, Southeast. That's Allison Bartle pulling away a bit, but in 6, touching first. No, Southeast in lane 5, just ahead of Omaha Duchenne in lane 2.
I think you inspired Duchenne. That was a great swim. Southeast did what they had to do. They kept that first place position, and it's nice to see a move up to second for Duchenne.
What a terrific finish by Laura Kemp, the sophomore from Omaha Duchenne.
Here's the finish. It's anybody's race at this point. It's going to come down to who can hit the wall and stretch the best. Kearney came up a little bit short on that finish.
Well, Ray's poolside with another champ, Ray.
Well, a very happy freshman, Kyle Wimhoff, our state champion in the 500 free. Kyle, I'm naming you Seabiscuit. You laid back there for 14 lengths and then you took over and you wouldn't let them catch you. Was that your strategy?
Not really a strategy. I just went out there and swam it.
Now, you told me you dropped 8 seconds from your lifetime best.
Yeah, I did. I got a good coach and he tapers me well, and I got a lot of rest before this meet.
Well, this has got to be a great thrill for a freshman to come in and knock off upperclassmen in a big event like this.
Yeah, it is. I had some good competitors out there. Zach Shane, previous state champion, we've raced before, and he's always been a tough competitor.
All right, Kyle, Seabiscuit, Wimhoff, congratulations.
Thanks.
Oh, boy, Ray, I bet he appreciates that.
Hey, at this point, he's the champion.
Yeah, the poor kid, he's just a freshman. He's going to have to live with that for about 4 years now.
Ray's going to have 4 interviews to do with that kid.
Well, you can call me whatever you want as long as I have the gold around my neck, and that's what Kyle Wimhoff does. The freshman from Norco, as Ray said, dropping 8 seconds off his personal best time. That's impressive. Congratulations. There he is, Kyle Wimhoff.
That was a beautiful race. He just swam it so smooth that's the key to the 500 is be in control.
You saw David Nelson. You saw David Nelson putting the gold around his neck. So let's take a look at the results then. Wimhoff from Norfolk finishing first. Spencer Laver second. Zach Chain was third. Trevor Woods fourth. Followed by Joshua Riesberg and Brandon Christensen. Now to the girls 200 free relay final. In lane 3, Millard South, Westside Elkhorn in 4, Marion's in 5, East is in 6, Burke in 7, and Millard North is in lane 8.
This is an important race for Lincoln East. They're 30 points down on Lincoln Southeast, and they can pick up quite a bit of ground in this event. They're seeded second coming in. They need to stay there.
26 points, second is worth, so that would be a big jump for Lincoln East.
Well, Southeast didn't give it to them because they got that 7th place finish in that consolation final, but they have a good opportunity right here to get it close.
This is the 200-yard free relay. Omaha Marion is going for their 4th in a row, their 5th in the last 6 years in this event. Emily Franks, the freshman in the pool for Marion. Britt Samuelson for Lincoln East in lane 6, but out quick is the freshman Emily Franks for Marion.
Here, a lot of teams like to put their second fastest swimmer up front to get some clean water. Britt Samuelson led off there for Lincoln East. Try to get an open lane, open water for him out in lane 6. But Marion right now all the way.
Jensen Henry led off for Westside Elkhorn. Katie Maudlin now in the pool. Britt Samuelson led off for East. Maggie Bach is in the pool. But Marion way out in front. And in second right now is Lincoln East. Emily Connolly in the water.
Emily's been a solid performer for Lincoln East. Freestyle is not her main event. She's a good backstroker, but she's got to get herself into this race to give that champion Jenna Stroud a chance to keep that second position.
Colleen Christ, the junior for Omaha Marion. And now in the water is Erin Holtmeyer for Marion.
Erin Holtmeyer, our champion in the 50 and 100 freestyle. What a great way to finish out the events with these 2 relays she gets to swim now.
So Holtmeyer will touch first for Omaha Marion, and Marion will touch in a time of 136.3, just off a state record. Second is Lincoln East, followed by Westside Elkhorn. So Lincoln East, Jenna Stroud brings home second for the Spartans, but Marion wins it for their 4th year in a row. One more look at the finish.
Here's Erin Holtmeyer. She is so good at her finishes, her turns, her starts. I mean, there's no room for error, and she makes no errors when she swims.
So now it's the boys' turn in the 200-yard free relay. This the consolation final. Fremont is in lane 3, North in 4, Kearney is in 5, Southeast is in 6, North Platte's in lane 7, Omaha North in lane 8. The boys' 200-yard free relay consolation finals. Omaha Marion on the girls' side winning it, their 4th in a row, 5th in the last 6 years, anchored by Erin Holtmeyer.
Watch Adam Beckman for Kearney try to get a good lead off in this 50.
Well, Kearney turned in the best time in the prelims, at least in the consolation, among those racing in this consolation final, 132.04.
You can set the state record as a leadoff on this relay. Adam Beckman in lane 5, he looked good yesterday, 21-1, but it's a long way down to the state record.
So Beckman touches first, 21.35.
Nice thing is he's given Kearney that clean water they're looking for. The other thing that's going to happen, look at the gap that we've got between the places. When these swimmers dive in, just imagine having to swim through that dirty water and the waves, and you're going every direction. So real important to have a lead at this point.
Kearney has it. Michael Gibbs, the junior, in the water right now for Kearney. In lane 6, Matt O's, followed up Adam Frederick for Lincoln Southeast. Millard North's Eric Nichols is in the water. He followed Justin Clark.
Well, and Southeast has got Nick Hartman anchoring that relay. We saw him earlier in the 50. He's going to try to close that gap on Kearney, but he's got a lot of gap to close.
Well, Burke Wilson of Kearney is in lane 5, Nick Hartman in 6, and Nick is making up some ground. Here comes Nick Hartman in lane 6 for Southeast.
What a racer. Look at him swim.
Southeast in lane 6. Hartman will touch first.
Big points for Lincoln Southeast. What a great anchor leg for Nick Hartman.
And Millard North finishes second, followed by Kearney. Terrific swim there by Southeast's Hartman.
Everybody went faster times over yesterday. It's just that Southeast went a lot faster.
Shaving a second off of their time yesterday.
In a 50, that's a lot. Or, I'm sorry, in a 200 free relay, that's a lot. Each 50 to drop 2.5 tenths is a pretty good milestone.
Well, Marion, they're champs once again, and Ray has them poolside.
Well, once again, you're right. I guess we got to get used to the color blue for this year. But with me, to my left, of course, is Erin Holtmeyer, Jenny Kunkel, Colleen Chris, and Jennifer Kosis. Ladies, congratulations. What a great relay. What a great swim. How'd it feel?
It felt really great, you know. We have 3 really fast girls right here, so.
You know, you guys have really set the tone this year for this meet. I mean, yeah, I know you're not going to celebrate before it's all over with, but tell me a little about the way this team's come together.
It's awesome. Everybody's just swimming great, and we've got a really good team, and we're doing good.
Colleen, what do you think about this foursome?
We're going to miss Holt a lot next year, but we still got a lot of girls, a lot of potential. So I guess next year will be even more fun, maybe. We'll see.
And why are you always so tough in the relays?
Oh, man, I love to race and compete. So fun. I love the team.
Well, congratulations, ladies, on another victory. Our champions in the 200 free, Marion.
So Omaha Marion, the champs, and once again we reiterate that it looked like Jen Kosis swam in that last relay. We are going on based on what we have the lineup, and coaches many times will change that just before the race, and that word doesn't get to us. But here it is: Karen Chris, Sam Lewis, Emily Frank, and Colleen. 200 free. Here we go. It was Erin Holtmeyer, Kelly Kunkel, Colleen Chris, and Jen Kosis. So yes, Jen Kosis was racing in that 200-yard free relay for Marion.
Well, and a lot of young ones there. Kelly Kunkel, we haven't said enough about her today. She's had a great year, and look for her to take place of Erin Holtmeyer down the road.
So there are your champions in the 200 free as Pat DeBase gives them their gold medal. Omaha Marion, important points for Lincoln East in this race as well.
Yeah, you know, and
let's take a look at the results then. Omaha Marion finishing first, time of 136.3. Lincoln East, 26 points for finishing second. Westside Elkhorn, Millard North, Omaha Burke, and Millard South round out the top 6. Now to the boys, 200-yard free relay. This the finals. Papillion La Vista in lane 3. Prep is in 4. Millard West in 5. Westside Elkhorn in 6. Lincoln East in lane 7. And Burke is in lane 8. In lane 6, watch for Zach Samlin.
I'm sure Zach's going to want to try to put up a fast 50 time here too.
So Samlin of Westside Elkhorn in lane 6, out quick. Right with him though in lane 5 is Max Cater from Millard West. And up out of the water off the turn first is Samlin. Samlin will give Westside Elkhorn the lead.
Everybody loves to be on this 200 free relay. You've got your fastest 4. It's the race everybody likes to be a part of.
Adam Sampson in the water for Westside Elkhorn. Kevin Horn, the senior from Millard West. And Horn now with the slight lead. Preps Jacob Innenbach is in lane 4.
Well, this is a close team race. Creighton Prep and Lincoln East, they're trying to go head-to-head in that team title, and it's going to be a close race here.
Nate Rafferty of West, Robert Bowen from Prep, Westside Elkhorn, Spencer Lauber.
Look at this race.
Tight. The finals of the boys 200-yard free. The final 50 here. In and up out of the water first in lane 5. Millard West, Brendan Zubrod. Trevor Woods of Westside Elkhorn right there.
You got to give the edge to Brendan Zubrod for Millard West.
Zubrod in 5, but in 6 right there is Westside Elkhorn's Woods. It's Woods and Zubrod. Woods out in front, and Woods from Westside Elkhorn touches first. Followed by Millard West and Lincoln East.
Well, and look at that 3rd, 4th place finish. Lincoln East was able to upset Creighton Prep. I'm sure they're happy to pick up that point.
The boys' 200-yard free relay goes to Westside Elkhorn. Time of 127.87, almost 2 2 seconds quicker than yesterday.
That was a fast 200 free relay. Here at the finish, looks like Brendan just came up. He was a little bit short on the finish, the arm coming over the top, and it was just too much. He couldn't overcome Westside. Westside had a nice finish, nice anchor leg.
Well, we have just 6 events left in the boys and girls state high school swimming and diving championships. When we come back, though, we're going to take a look at some action from earlier in the week, the boys state diving championships. We'll be right back.
Programming is provided in part by Education Quest Foundation. For over 15 years, Education Quest has offered free college planning services. These services include scholarship searches, student loan information, college selection, and help with completing financial aid application. Education Quest is located in Kearney, Lincoln, and Omaha. Appointments are available at 800-666-3721.
Programming is provided in part by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska.
These cost about $50. This costs about $57,000. Choosing to use these can help you avoid this. And since inactivity is a better predictor of death than smoking, high blood pressure, and even heart disease, using these more and this less could save you more than money. A message that's good to know from Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska.
Tax season is here again. It's not always easy to figure out our taxes, so what can we do when we have questions? I'm Brad Penner. Join me and a panel of tax experts for a live call-in program that will help answer your questions and give you the advice you need. You can also email your questions to mynptv.org and follow the tax tip link. Be more prepared. Watch Nebraska Connect's Tax Tips. Thursday night at 7 Central Time, only on NETV.
Be more connected with mymptv.org. You're watching NETV and NETV Digital Television, a service of Nebraska Educational Telecommunications.
On the campus of the University of Nebraska, that's a good look at Love Library, the place never stepped foot in by Matt Rye when he was a Husker swimmer.
Where is it?
Stepped plenty of feet in here, though, I believe, as a former Big 8 champ and Husker swimmer, Matt Rye, here at the Devaney Sports Center pool. And we welcome you back to the 2005 Nebraska High School Swimming and Diving Championships. Would you and your business like to help bring programs like these to NETV? Well, you certainly can. Become a corporate sponsor. Along with other Nebraska businesses, your contributions can support quality programming just like this. Help support NETV by calling 1-800-634-6788. And we certainly appreciate all of the support from around the state that we get so that we can bring you these type of high school events. If you'd like a VHS tape or a DVD of the Nebraska State Swimming and Diving Championships, log on to netnebraska.org and click the sports link or call 1-800-228-4630. You'll be able to enjoy memories of the state meet for years to come. NETV is Nebraska's home for sports. Well, earlier this week, in fact, it was on Thursday, the Nebraska Boys State Diving Championships were held here at the Devaney Center pool. We're going to show you the last 3 dives in the final event, so a total of 11 dives. Now, normally, throughout the season, divers only have a total of 6 dives, but in the state competition, there are 11. These we'll take a look at the final 3 dives. This is
Ryan, reverse dive. Nice score, 29.70.
For Ryan Denning. This is Seth Sapp of Lincoln High.
Seth's going to do a back double in tuck position. Came through nice. Seth dives for Ronaldo Castro, former Husker diver.
Omaha Burke's Travis Gleason.
Doing a back dive tuck. Very nice entry. You want to enter the water, punch a hole, go perfectly vertical with no splash. 26.25, nice dive.
Robert Babcock of Lincoln Southeast.
Rob's had a good year. He's been diving real solid. He's going to be doing a back 1.5 with a half twist. Nice dive for Rob.
Nicholas Moore of Lincoln Southwest.
Nick used to be a gymnast turned diver. His dad's a gymnastics coach. Did a back dive pike there.
And from Omaha Central, Drew DeLashman.
Drew's doing a back dive pike. DD is 1.6. Beautiful. Nice high dive. Great entry. 35-20 on the score.
Lincoln North Star with a swimmer here at the state championships. This is Brent Johnston.
There's a back somersault with a half twist, 1.7. 26-35 was his score.
Ralston Gross, Andrew Bennick.
Andrew's doing a forward dive straight, 1.3. The DD's not real high, so the score, it's a little tough to get some high points on that.
Luke Gabriel, Bellevue West.
Reverse somersault pike, that's a 1.7.
Patrick Hyen of Lincoln Southeast.
Tell you, Patrick's going to do a forward 1.5, 1.7 difficulty. Justin's got some good divers there at Southeast. Nice award there, 28.90. Both Rob Babcock and Patrick diving for Southeast there.
North Star's John Hall.
John did a back somersault. It's nice to see a couple of North Star divers in the mix here.
Yes, it is. John Hall finishing 19th last year at state. Tyler Troxel of Southwest.
Tyler's doing a forward somersault with one twist. Very nice entry for Tyler. That finishes the 9th round. Andrew is our leader at this point.
Of the 12 divers in the finals, 7 of them from Lincoln schools. Not Ryan Denning, though, from Millard South.
Back somersault, 2.5 twist. That's a high DD, and look at the point total. 51 points on that dive.
This is Seth Sapp of Lincoln High. Seth finishing 8th last year at state.
Way to bring it around. 2.3 is the DD. Pulled 33 points on that.
Travis Gleason, Omaha Burke.
Forward 2.5. Went a little bit over on that. 21.60 the score.
Rob Babcock of Southeast, he finished 12th last year at state.
Inward 1.5, 2.2 difficulty. Nice dive. Rob's in 3rd right now.
Nick Moore of Southwest, and of course all of this action taking place on Thursday of this week here at the Devaney Center pool.
This will be a back 1.5 with 1.5 twist. 2.5 is the degree of difficulty. Good dive for Nick. 35 points.
Drew DeLashman from Omaha Central. He finished runner-up last year in the state
Our current leader. That was a nice dive for Drew. 43.75 gives him solid first place.
Second highest score of the second dive, next to Ryan Denning.
Here's a reverse double. And a little short.
Brent Johnston of North Star that was. Andrew Bennick, Ralston Gross.
See a back 1.5, degree of difficulty 2.0. Went a little bit over, the legs flopped over on the water, 18-point score.
Bellevue West's Luke Gabriel. Luke finished 18th last year.
Back somersault, 1.5 twists. 29.90, very nice score.
Southeast's Patrick Hyen.
Patrick's going to do a forward 2.5, 2.4 DD. Nice high move. It's hard to get around and get into the water quickly, but he pulled 26 points out of that.
John Hall of North Star.
John's doing a forward double. Got it around nicely. Nice vertical entry. 34 points on it.
And the last dive of the second round of dives in the finals, Tyler Troxel.
Actually, the 10th round, this will be a reverse 1.5, 2-1. Nice dive, 23-35. Each diver dives 11 rounds for the finals. We're in the final round. Current leader, Andrew Delschmidt, Omaha Central.
Ryan Denning of Millard South.
Reverse with 2.5 twists. It's real hard to keep the rotation from going over. He came over a little bit, was difficult to get in vertical, but a lot of points, 42 points on that dive because of the DD.
Lincoln High Seth Sapp.
Forward double. Open position there. Went in nicely. That should pull nice points, 39-10.
Travis Gleason of Omaha Burke.
Travis is doing a forward 1.5 with 1 twist. Nice job. 26-40.
Rob Babcock.
Rob's going to do an inward double. This is a 2.8 degree of difficulty. Wants to pull a lot of points on this dive. Put it in nicely.
Second highest scoring dive of this final round.
Nick's going to do a reverse double, 2-3. Yeah, Nick just gets better and better each year. 31.05, you should be happy with that.
Drew DeLashman went into the final round with the lead. The final dive with the lead.
Same dive as we saw Rob, inward double. Went over a little bit on that one. Probably not going to score as much with Rob. 35. This is Brent Johnson doing a back 1.5, 2-3. Nice job to pull it into the hole there. 37.95.
Luke Gabriel of Bellevue West.
Luke's doing a forward double, 2-3. That'll score well.
Patrick Hyen.
Patrick's doing an inward 1.5. DD is 2-2. Nice job for Patrick.
And finally, John Hall of Lincoln North Star.
John's doing a back somersault, 1.7. Went over a little bit on that.
And so your final standings then, after finishing second last year, Omaha Central's Andrew DeLashman is the state champ. Here's one more look at
Andrew's final dive. Nice entry.
And so Andrew DeLashman finishes first in the state in the boys high school state diving championships.
There he is, receiving his gold medal.
Medal presentation.
That's Nick Moore, Southwest there. Yeah, Andrew's a little easier to find with the ponytail. I should have caught that one. There's
Seth Sapp of Lincoln High.
Ronaldo's had some nice divers here the last couple of years. Done a good job. There's Andrew. 428.40. Nice total.
And so the Omaha Central state champ after finishing second last year is Drew DeLashman. So here's how it finished up then. Ryan Denning was second, followed by Rob Babcock of Lincoln Southeast. Seth Sapp was fourth. Luke Gabriel of Bellevue West fifth. And Nick Moore of Lincoln Southwest finishing sixth. Well, Drew couldn't be with us today, unfortunately, but we have a guy who's been around the deck a few times in his career with Ray on deck.
Me is Cal Bentz, a gentleman who I have spent many, many years on the pool deck with. Cal, we go back a long, long time. How's it feel being back here?
Like Bob Devaney has once said, feels great to be anywhere at age 72.
Well, I'll tell you, you're a very young 72 at that, but we coached, I was there 17 years, you were there about the same.
I was actually there 24 years.
Oh gosh, now you really make me feel old. Cal, you started helping the Kearney program, back about 2 years ago. Adam Beckman is the only one that broke a record.
This is the fourth year.
Fourth year. What a great swim by Adam today.
Great swimmer, great talent, going to be a great collegiate swimmer as well.
And he's going to go to Northwestern, where Bob Groseth, a good buddy of both yours and mine.
You bet. And Bob's going to do a great job with him, and they're going to have a nationally ranked team every year that he's there, I'm sure.
Now, what holds in store for Cal Bentz during these years now?
Cal Bentz is going to continue to work with the Kearney program as a volunteer, and I help with workouts and things for some of the other high school programs and swimmers in Nebraska, swimmers in Kansas, and I have a camp coming up on Memorial Day weekend, and that'll be the 11th year for that camp. So I keep my feet wet, and I coach master swimmers at the Prairie Life Center. And at 6:30 this morning, we had a time trial for some of the people who were in the 30, 40, and 50 age brackets.
Don't look at me when you say 50 age bracket.
I'm still going to try to get you in the pool, Ray.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I can lose about 50 more pounds, that Speedo suit might fit.
I'll get you a large size.
I'll tell you one other thing, Cal, and that is that Adam Beckman, his swimming, he still has a relay, doesn't he, or is he finished?
He has the 100 backstroke, and he's also going to be swimming on our freestyle relay, 400 yards.
What do we expect in the back?
He's going to go for it. He's got no reason not to, and he hasn't spent a lot of time working on the backstroke this year, but I think if he gets his stroke rate up, he's going to do a great job.
Cal, it's always good seeing you. You have many, many more years of success. Thanks.
My pleasure, Ray, and thank you.
Swimmers that have swam for Cal really appreciate having him around. It's great to have him here on the deck. We're here at the Bob Devaney Sports Center. We'll be back in just a minute for our last few events.
NETV Sports coverage of the 2005 Nebraska State High School Swimming and Diving Championships are brought to you in part by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska. The Blues are good for you. And by Education Quest Foundation, improving access to college through scholarships, community grants, and college planning services. And we're back at the Devaney Sports Center pool. The 2005 Nebraska High School Boys and Girls State Championships, and it's been a terrific day already. Just 6 events left, though, and we'll begin here shortly with the girls' 100-yard backstroke and work our way all the way through the 24th event of the afternoon. That is the boys' 400-yard free relay, and that will close out the 2005 event. We're proud to be bringing you this event, this NETV sports event, in state-of-the-art high definition where available. Picture remarkable in high def, and we're happy you could watch it in HD TV. Well, if you'd like a VHS tape or a DVD of the Nebraska State Swimming and Diving Championships, log on to netnebraska.org and click the sports link, or you can call that number, 1-800-228-4630. You'll be able to enjoy memories of this state meet for years to come. NETV, of course, the home of Nebraska sports. So let's take a look at the updated team results, and you see a big move having been made by both of the top 2 teams. Omaha Marion really widens that lead. They are now up 237 to 142 on Lincoln Southeast. But Southeast has also opened the gap over Westside Elkhorn. And Lincoln East is 4th, still hanging tough at 104, just 4 points behind Westside Elkhorn, with some opportunities upcoming to make up some ground, especially in this next 100-yard backstroke. Does East. North and Burke round out the top 6 for the girls. On the boys' side, Omaha Westside Elkhorn expected to run away with the title, and that's just what they're doing over Millard West, 201 to 138. Lincoln East is in a battle to try to squeeze in there at third with Creighton Prep. Prep with 85, Lincoln East with 97, Southeast at 65, and Papillion La Vista with 62. Now time for the girls' 100-yard backstroke consolation finals. Ariel Lawitz, the freshman from Grand Island. Amy Bechtel, the freshman from Burke. Christina Stevenson of Millard North. Emily Connolly of Lincoln East. Annalise Anderson, the sophomore from Kearney. And Taylor Finello, a freshman from Southwest.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lincoln East, you know, we talked about it being second and third team race. Right now, they need to edge up to catch up with Westside for third. I don't know that second's a possibility anymore.
100-yard backstroke. This record set back in 1998 by Allie Peterson of Omaha North. Christina Stevenson, the junior from Millard North. 2 juniors in this
3 freshmen.
Consolation. 3 freshmen and a sophomore.
You know, it's not quite as unusual for a freshman to make it in the girls, but to have 3 in the console heat, that's a lot.
Well, and first turn touching first is Stevenson from Millard North in lane 5.
That's Emily Conley swimming for Lincoln East out in 6th. I'm sure she'd like to get into this race and try to get some more team points for the girls.
So in 5, Stevenson pulling away a bit. Emily Connolly in lane 6 for Lincoln East. Stevenson will touch first. The race is for second. Lanes 3, 4, 6, and 7. Stevenson touches first, followed by Anderson of Kearney. Connolly of Lincoln East.
That was a great finish by Anderson out in lane 7. She really put it on coming from the flags in, and her finish was absolutely perfect.
A tight battle there between Anderson and Connolly for second and third. 9/100ths of a second.
The race for third. Now watch the finish. Emily comes up just a little bit short, and Anderson chose to cruise into the wall, and I think that was the edge and made the difference for that second place.
So Stevenson wins it, the junior from Millard North, followed by Annalise Anderson, the sophomore from Kearney, and Emily Connolly gets some valuable points for Lincoln East, which is battled in a tight team race. Well, the state champions in the 200 relay down on the deck with Ray.
All right, with me is Westside Elkhorn. Our leadoff swimmer, Tyler Nielsen. Second was Arthur Moy. Third was Adam Sampson. And Zach Samuelson was the anchor. Hey, Tyler, tell me a little about the relay. Now, of course, start, turn, finish in a 50. It has to be the same with all 4.
Well, yeah, I was trying to fix my finish from my 50 before, which I lost to Tommy Gregory. I was just trying to kind of get revenge and maybe beat his time in the leadoff split.
Tell me something, Arthur. How often have you been working, taking off of these guys?
I've been swimming in their lane for 2 years, trying to keep up with Zach and Tyler every time, but this year I've taken off and worked on sprinting more than my other strokes.
Well, Adam and Zach, congratulations to all you guys. What a great win, and it's a lot of points for that team title. Nice job.
Thank you.
So Westside Elkhorn, the 200-yard free relay. Samlin in there, giving him a big lead to start, and they cruise to the win. Time of 1:27.85. And they receive the medals.
Well, like I said, the 200 free relay is the relay you want to dominate. It means that you're the fastest ones in the water. You got the fastest 4. You know, it's just a lot of fun. Nothing but pure speed.
Westside Elkhorn just edging out West.
Millard West had a good 200 free relay in there, too.
Cater, Horn, Rafferty, Zubrod. With this team, Samlin, Sampson, Louver, and Woods winning it for Westside Elkhorn.
Coach Kreklow giving the awards. On his way for a repeat championship.
Westside Elkhorn, the champs, the 200 free relay. Let's take a look at the results of it. You'll see Millard West finishing second behind Westside Elkhorn. Lincoln East in third, just edging out Prep. Omaha Burke was fifth, and Papillion La Vista finished sixth. So now time for the girls' 100-yard backstroke final. Chelsea Tomic in lane 3. Kale Zickafoos in lane 4. Karen Chris in 5. CJ Bray is in 6. Elizabeth Healy in 7. And Catherine Davis is in lane 8.
Here we go. Karen Chris on her way for number 6.
Chris in lane 5, the junior from Omaha Marion. This her second individual race today. If she wins, it would be her second gold medal on the day individually, and also her 6th gold medal individually in 3 years. She would be on pace to become the first ever Nebraska swimmer to win 8 gold medals in 8 individual events at the state meet.
You know, I think anybody that sets a state record goes down in history as a great swimmer for Nebraska. But to dominate and win 8 state titles, that's unbelievable.
Well, there's Chris in 5, but Cassidy Bray is not letting her go anywhere. The senior from Millard West, CJ Bray, right with her.
Now this is where Karen's really going to put it on, is that last 25. She's got the legs going real well. She's so smooth. Look at her stroke rate is quite a bit less than CJ Bray next to her.
6 in a row for Karen Chris as she finishes first with a time of 57.4. CJ Bray second, 58.22.
Hey, big surprise there. Katie Davis out in lane 8 for Lincoln East, getting third. Those are some big team points for them.
And a good hug there between Karen Chris and Cassidy Bray. One more look at that finish.
Watch the finish here. You see Karen's stroke rate is just so easy. A lot of power under the water. Finishes nicely. She was coming up short. She bent her elbow to adjust for it, though.
6 individual events, 6 titles for Karen Chris. So now she has the off season to think about that.
Well, yeah, now she can breathe easy. Whew, I made 6. In a week or two, she'll start thinking about 7 and 8.
Well, that Chris family, certainly athletic dad, of course, played basketball at UNO, Steve Chris, and played also for the Omaha Racers as well. Well, need help with your taxes? NETV can help. This Thursday, a special Nebraska Connects tax tips calling program will help you get the advice you need to figure out your taxes this year. You won't want to miss this season's tax tips, Thursday, March 3rd at 7 Central, only on NETV. So now time for the boys' 100-yard backstroke consolation. Reed Sutton in lane 3, Rich Bloomingdale in lane 4, Sean McCall is in 5, Garrett Schrock is in 6, Michael Kubicek's in 7, and John Walsh is in lane 8. This is the consolation final of the 100-yard backstroke. So this is the consolation final.
Mike Kubicek for Lincoln East. We've got a junior. We got a couple of freshmen. Should be a good race. Sean McCall, he was our 50 freestyler earlier in the meet. Let's see what he's got in 100 back.
McCall in lane 5 from Omaha Central. Garrett Schrock is in 6. He's a freshman from Beatrice, the only freshman to make either the consolation or the finals. And Schrock, second best time in this consolation final. In lane 5, it's McCall out in front. In 7, it's Michael Kubicek from Lincoln East, the junior, right with him. And planted right in between them is Garrett Schrock.
Out in in lane 7, that's Mike Kubicek's having a nice swim for Lincoln East. Those boys need the points. He's on his way to win this consolation final if he can bring it home the last 25.
Kubicek, McCall, and Schrock right together. Kubicek in lane 7, McCall is in lane 5, and at the touch it's going to be Kubicek in lane 7 followed by McCall and the freshman Schrock. That's the consolation finals in the boys 100 backstroke.
Well, that 56.6 would have got him in the finals if he did that yesterday, so I'm sure it was very rewarding for Mike Kubicek to win that consolation final.
And we'll see the finish by Kubicek, Schrock, and McCall.
Look at how he brings the legs in real hard. Turned over on his side a little bit to get the extra reach at the finish.
And Ray's down to the pool side, and Ray, I want you to ask her if she spends the off-season thinking about trying to go for 8.
With me, the champion, Karen, Chris, and Larry. I think that's unfair, but the guys upstairs want to know if you're going to start thinking about 7 and 8 over the summer.
Oh, definitely not. I thought about it freshman year.
See, guys, I'll ask the questions. Karen, congratulations. I'll tell you what a smooth swim. We watched Cassidy Bray right next to you, just fighting her way, had a great swim, but you could see how she was bouncing through the water, and you just stayed so level. How much do you train? How hard is that to do?
It's very hard. Over half of the practices that I swim in are backstroke. Pat has me do a lot of backstroke work during practices.
I guess people don't realize how you have to have that sense of feel where the walls are, because so many times these young kids just crack their heads right in the wall.
Yeah, knowing where the wall is very nice. I could be put anywhere in the pool and know exactly where I am because I do so much backstroke.
Well, Karen, congratulations, 6 for 6. I'm looking forward to next year.
Thank you, me too.
Well, I think she said she's been thinking about it since her freshman year, those 8 in a row. That's when Dad said to her, I think it was at the dinner table, after she won her 2 in her freshman year, he said, you know, nobody's ever won 8 in a row, Karen, after her freshman year. So Steve, the father, who's an athlete himself, played basketball at UNO, and went on to play for the Omaha Racers, wasn't afraid to challenge her early. He must have known the kind of athlete he had.
Well, like I say, the beauty is you go 8 for 8, and it ain't going to be broken. It can only be tied.
So Karen Chris wins it. The girls' 100-yard backstroke, followed by Cassidy Bray, Catherine Davis, Elizabeth Healy, Chelsea Tyvik, and Kale Zickerfus. Now time for the boys' 100-yard backstroke finals. Andrew Little, the senior from Papillion La Vista, Eric Wright from Millard West, Adam Beckman, the senior from Kearney, Tyler Nielsen, the junior from Westside Elkhorn, Kevin Horn, and Robert Bowen, a senior from Prep.
Hey, everybody's watching Adam Beckman in lane 5. He's already got 1 state record in that 200 IM. That kind of momentum can carry over into this event. This is the tougher event of the 2 for him to set a state record, but I gotta believe he's gonna go after it like Cal said.
The record is held by David Foster of Lincoln High. He set it back in 1995, a time of 50.95. Beckman's time in the prelims, 52.62, so he would have to drop almost 2 seconds off that time to make a run at that record.
He was a little slow off the start. I thought Eric Wright had a little bit of an advantage, but he certainly has made up for that on that second 25 right now.
So now the final 50 in the boys' 100-yard backstroke.
We're out just 7/100ths faster than where we were yesterday. Could be the start, though, that you know, might have caused a little bit of that. Let's see what he's got this last 25.
So Beckman in lane 5, but right beside him in lane 4, Eric Wright of Millard West is pushing him. It's Beckman and Wright side by side. Beckman in 5, Wright in 4, and Beckman will touch first in a time of 52.4.
A little bit faster than he was yesterday. That was a very nice swim for him.
Well, Adam Beckman's second gold medal.
You'll see him here at the finish. He just keeps his shoulders nice and level into the wall, get a nice finish. You want to keep that body position moving straight ahead like an arrow.
You'll be able to enjoy memories of this state meet for years to come. NETV, Nebraska's home 4 sports. Girls 100-yard breaststroke. This is the consolation finals in lane 3. Omaha Duchesne Academy's Laura Kemp. Ralston Gross, Chelsea Peterson in 4. Carly Pullman in 5. Catherine Parks is in 6. Jamie Tolley, the senior, in 7. And Kylie Potter, the sophomore from Lincoln East, is in lane 8. This the consolation finals. The 100-yard breaststroke. Out quick in lane 5, that's Carly Pullman, the freshman from Millard South. Only freshman, once again, the only freshman to make either the consolation or the finals.
I think we've had a couple of freshmen here and there, but in the girls' 100 breast, I got you.
Yeah. So the last 50 now, Pullman from Millard South.
I'm just thinking back, Jessie Bayless, I think was probably in that hunt when she won her state title.
Bayless won it as a freshman, in fact, won it all 4 years.
It was her senior year that she didn't break the state record. 3 straight state records.
The only time she
couldn't beat herself.
That's right. Pullman in lane 5 from Millard South. And she will touch first at a time of 1:08.83, followed by Peterson and Parks.
It's a nice drop for Carly in that race. She pulled it down about a second or so.
So
here's the finish. You want to kick into the wall. She was a little bit short. The arms weren't fully extended on that, but she still looked nice at the wall.
So the freshman Pullman winning the girls 100-yard breaststroke consolation finals. And race poolside with Adam Beckman. Ray.
Well, our champion in the 100 breaststroke for the 2nd year in a row. And 2nd time, Adam, you get to come up and visit with me. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You know, you were here just earlier on the 200 individual medley where you set a new state record. The individual medley, 4 strokes, have to be proficient in all. How much time do you have to train for backstroke?
No more than a quarter of practice, and this past year it's probably been closer to maybe 1 set every other day or so.
So you trained for the IM and the backstroke's just your 2nd event?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, now next year you're going to school at Northwestern. Has your coach there talked to you about maybe swimming other events?
I expect to swim 200 distance of all of the strokes. That's probably where I'll be.
Are you looking forward to finishing your season off? You've got, what, the 400 free relay left?
Yeah, I got 1 more race and then done for a year, so.
Well, Adam, we've really enjoyed watching you swim the last few years. Congratulations on another victory.
Thanks.
The Calvin's prodigy, Adam Beckman. Senior from Kearney, on his way to Northwestern.
And, you know, presenting the awards to Adam, that's Becky. She is the certified coach for Kearney. Doug Wellness and Cal Bentz are volunteers for the program, and they couldn't do it without Becky as helping out and keeping them going the right direction.
52.4 was his time. Adam Beckman, the champion of the boys 100-yard backstroke. It was a close race. Eric Wright not far behind. Senior from Millard West finishing 2nd. Tyler Nielsen 3rd. Andrew Little was 4th, followed by Kevin Horn and Robert Bowen. Now the girls 100-yard breaststroke final. Brittany McClure in lane 3. Caitlin Arntz in 4. Ashley Duran, the senior from Southeast, in 5. Samantha Lewis, Colleen Chris, Carrie Murphy, all from Marion in lanes 6, 7, and 8. And what an exciting race this could be. Tight qualifying, all within about 5/100ths of a second.
This
Arntz, Durand, Lewis, Chris.
This will be just like the 100 fly, a repeat. I got to put my money on Caitlin Arntz, though. I'll tell you what, she had the top time coming into this meet, and I think she was swimming real easy yesterday.
Caitlin Arntz in lane 4 from Millard West. She's a junior. Ashley Durand, Samantha Lewis, both seniors. Colleen Chris of Marion is a junior.
Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Caitlin Arntz looks like she's going after it at the 50.
In lane 1, Caitlin Arntz with the lead. Samantha Lewis is second.
Colleen Chris is a great 200 breaststroker that she's trying to get into the mix there at the 50.
Still Caitlin Arntz, though, in lane 4 with the lead. Ashley Duran, Samantha Lewis battling for second. At the turn, Arntz turns first and up out of the water first. Ashley Duran right there with her.
I'll tell you, Caitlin Arntz is going away.
Caitlin
she could be 104.
105.35. Caitlin Arntz followed by Ashley Duran and Colleen Chris. Nice swim by Caitlin Arntz, the junior from Millard West.
That's got to really be sweet coming back off of that 100 fly. What a thrill. Here's Caitlin coming into the wall. Again, you want to time your finish so that you're kicking into the wall just like that.
Caitlin Arntz shaving 2.5 seconds off of her qualifying time from yesterday. Swam a 105.35. Well, for more than 50 years, NETV has been part of this state's history. Local news from across the state, documentaries that affect Nebraskans, and statewide coverage of high school and collegiate sports. Please help us continue the quality of local programming on NETV. With your support, we'll continue to enrich the lives of all Nebraskans. Visit netnebraska.org, or you can call the number you see right there, 1-800-634-6788. Now to the boys' 100-yard breaststroke consolation final. In lane 3, the transfer from Germany, exchange student, Jonas Hermes from Northeast. Zach Hensley is in lane 4. Nick Ginrich is in lane 5 from Lincoln East. Seth Stauffer in 6. Jesse Murphy in 7. And Kevin Dornan is in lane 8.
Seth Stauffer in lane 6. That's Tracy Stauffer's son. Father-son moment going into this meet. Seth, all you got to do is just hang with David Struble in the prelims and you'll be good. Well, Coach, you forgot to tell me David Struble's going to put up the top seed time. Seth having a great meet in this prelim. He's swimming for us there in the consolation final.
Nick Ginrich in lane 5 from East. Stauffer is in lane 6 from Millard West.
This 100 breast was a real open event coming into the state meet. There's a lot of people trying to establish themselves in this race for future years. There's a lot of young breaststrokers in the water right now.
Like Jesse Murphy, the sophomore from Creighton Prep in lane 7, who touches the wall first for the last 50.
We got 2 sophomores going head-to-head. That's Nick Ginrich in lane 5.
Nick Ginrich in 5, and it's Jesse Murphy in 7, right beside each other.
If Jonas can settle into that last 25, you got to put some money on him because he was a 102 coming into this meet.
And Jonas is out there in lane 3 at the top of your screen. What you see with a slight lead is Ginrich. Ginrich a slight lead on Murphy. Ginrich in lane 5. Murphy right there with him. It's going to be close, and it's Murphy touching first, just ahead of Ginrich. Hermes is third.
I'll tell you what, Jesse did a nice job on the finish, fully extended. Nick was a little short, tried to take the extra stroke, and it cost him.
Let's take a look at that.
Watch the finish. You'll see Nick's taking fast, short strokes here. He needs to be looking at the wall to time the finish. Jess is out on the outside, takes the last stroke, fully extends, and that's what got him that championship race.
So the boys' 100-yard breaststroke consolation final goes to Jesse Murphy. Ray is poolside with another champ.
A champion in her own right in the 100 breaststroke, Caitlin Arntz. What a great swim, 105.35. You just got out of the butterfly last year. This is the first year as a junior you swam breaststroke.
Yeah, I swim pretty much, a variety of events. So it's just, I decided to not do the IN this year, instead do the breaststroke.
Now, Caitlin, tell me, your boys' team is swimming super. Does that sort of feed off for all the girls?
Yeah, it's really exciting because we've had really good chemistry in the team this year, and we've worked really hard to get where we are right now. And we do feed off of them. We feed off each other, and we push each other in during practice, and it really helps us.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tracy Stauffer is having one heck of a fun time over there. It's fun to watch. Caitlin, great job. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's really nice because I didn't have a very good swim on my fly earlier, so it was nice to come back and have a pretty good time in this breaststroke.
Well, you did well. Go get your medal.
Thank you.
Caitlin Arts finishing first in the girls' 100-yard breaststroke. Millard West Jr., one more year back down here.
Tracy Stauffer presenting those awards.
Out the top 6. Now the boys' 100-yard breaststroke final. In lane 3, Nathan Rafferty, Matthew Wedlock in 4, David Struble is in 5, Peter Bayless 6, Kurt Benson is in 7, and Adam Hesslink is in lane 8. The surprise of this meet is in lane 5 in the person of David Struble.
David had a great swim yesterday. What makes this especially special is that in the 200 IM we talked about it, he doesn't swim year-round. He's not a club swimmer. And to be the top seed at state, I don't know how many times that's happened, but it's got to be very few.
The Struble in the prelims knocked 4 7/10 off of his best season swim to get into this final and have the best seeded time.
Well, and his parents were just thrilled in the stands. You know, this guy swam out of his head, put up some big points for Westside. He's got his hands full right now, though. That Pete Bayless is tough.
Pete Bayless led the state all year in the 100 breaststroke. He's a sophomore from Creighton Prep, and don't think that the time was lost on Pete Bayless. He saw that time with Struble, and he's going out early. But Struble and Bayless right beside each other in lanes 5 and 6. Struble from Westside Elkhorn, Bayless from Prep.
Last 25, both Struble and Bayless were a little short on that last turn, but it's going to come down to who can focus the most and keep the power on the wall.
Bayless in 6, Struble in 5, and at the wall it's Bayless touching first, followed by Struble. Benson of Omaha Burke is third.
I think Bayless, the last 12.5 yards, he just focused, concentrated on his stroke, kept the power in the arms. Look at that stroke rate. He's getting a nice pull. Right now he's sizing up where the wall is. This will be the last stroke, and he's in.
So Pete Bayless touching just about 15 100ths ahead of Struble. Bayless led the state all year long on the 100-yard breaststroke, the sophomore from Creighton Prep. It was Struble who turned in the remarkable time yesterday, surprising everyone.
That time would have won today.
101.1 would have won today. You're right. Well, now we move to the 23rd event of the afternoon. There are just 24, so 4 more races in this 2005 State Championships. The girls 400-yard free. Kearney's in 3, Ralston, Omaha Gross in 4, Cork in 5, Scottsbluff in 6, Montpelier La Vista in 7, Norfolk in 8. It's the consolation final. Last swims of the afternoon for these athletes.
We're winding down. I think we're winding down in record time for a state meet, too.
Well, in lane 5, that's Omaha Burke's Carolyn Nelson, the sophomore. She'll give the Lady Bulldogs the early lead.
Relay exchanges are real important for these girls. The rules are the swimmer can be fully extended over the water on the takeoff as long as some part of their body is still touching the blocks when the swimmer in the water touches the wall. So the good ones, they're hanging on by a toenail, but I'll tell you what, you probably can pick up to a second and a half by hanging out over the water and getting the lead.
Maggie Skiles with a nice swim for Scottsbluff, and she hands off to Victoria Foreman, the junior from Scottsbluff. Jessica Williams of Omaha Burke now in the water, along with Chelsea Peterson of Ralston Gross. Ashley Stein of Papillion La Vista. Jenna Hatfield of Norfolk.
Real good lane position by Scotts Bluff in lane 6. Swimmers moving to the outside, not allowing Omaha Burke to get any kind of a draft.
Burke in 5, Scotts Bluff in 6. Well, it's been a good state championship, certainly to this point. We've seen records fall. Outstanding performances from Holtmeyer, Chris. Marion winning its 6th consecutive. And how about Westside Elkhorn? Now 22 state championships.
Tell you what, Coach Kricklow's done a good job repeating this year. A lot of those 22 goes to the man that we interviewed earlier, Cal Bentz. Many years at Westside. What do you say, 24 years at Nebraska?
Omaha Burke out in front of Scotts Bluff.
It's nice to see some outstate teams in these consolation finals going head-to-head. Scotts Bluff had a very good state meet.
3 freshmen in the water right now. Sarah Kirkwood of Ralston Gross. Amy Bechtold, the freshman from Burke. Kayla Potch, the freshman from Papillion La Vista. And Burke way out in front now. Andrea Naughton, the junior, is in the water for Omaha Burke.
What a great feeling for the Omaha Burke swimmers to have that kind of lead. You're just swimming in clean water. You know you've got the win. Now you've just got to take it down to the wall.
The final 50 for Omaha Burke's Andrea Naughton. Girls 400-yard free relay. This the consolation final. Scotts Bluff 2nd, Ralston Gross 3rd, Kearney's in 4th, Papillion La Vista followed by Norfolk. Andrea Naughton touches at a time of 3:41.43. No one else in your picture you saw there. Way out in front was Omaha Burke, and that time would have got them into the finals.
Scotts Bluff girls finishing on a nice note, getting 2nd in that consolation. Move up a place.
Followed by Kearney, Ralston, Papillion La Vista, and Norfolk. So that's the girls' 400-yard free relay. Consolation finals, Omaha Burke picking up the 14 points there. And now Ray's with another champion, Pete Bayless. Ray.
Well, thank you. A very happy Peter Bayless, by the way. You know, that name sounds so familiar, Pete. You're not the brother of Jesse.
Yeah, I would be.
Oh, you better smile.
Yeah.
4 years we had a chance to interview her. Now I expect 3 out of you. What, breaststroke just comes in a family, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess. I suppose that's the way it works out.
Well, let's talk about that race, because that was a great race between you and David. David starts coming up on you on that third 25, and it's neck and neck the whole way. Are you aware of what he's doing?
I had no clue. Tom told us to swim in our lane. So I did. My concentration was totally just in my lane. I had no clue what was going on. Thought after that last flip turn I might be a little further behind. I just tried to keep it up.
Talk to me about the turns. In the breaststroke, you get 1 under, water pole, 1 leg kick. How important is it for the distance?
Oh, it's huge. We spent a lot of time this year perfecting, distance versus speed, how far you should go and how quick they should be, and it's really helped me. My turns aren't the strongest, but the pullouts help me a lot.
Well, Peter, you're no longer Jesse's little brother. You are the state champion in the 100 breast. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations to Pete Bayless. Led the state all year, as we said, in that 100-yard breaststroke. Only to qualify 2nd yesterday, finishing behind David Struble, but today he comes through.
Larry, it's nice to see Tom Beck presenting some awards today. I'm sure Tom's going to communicate to his boy swimmers that, hey guys, we got a good team, a young team that is going to make a run in the years to come.
So here are the results in the boys 100 breaststroke. Pete Bayless finishing first, followed by David Struble, Curtis Benson, Matt Wedlock, Nate Rafferty, and Adam Hesley. Now to the girls 400-yard free relay. This the final. West Side Elkhorn in lane 3. Southeast is in 4. Marion is in lane 5. Millard West in 6. Lincoln East is in lane 7. And Millard North is in lane 8. The first leg for Omaha Marion will be swam by Karen Chris.
I bet she's relieved that this will be her last swim of the day.
And a thanks very much to Pat DeBase and his staff for making sure that we have the updated heats and who's going to swim which leg for Marion. So we know that that is Karen Chris in the water in this 400 free.
You know, it's tough because these coaches, they make last-minute decisions on relay order as well as who's going to be on the relay. So,
well, and I'm thinking their last thought in that process is make sure you get these guys up, sitting up there, a list of who's going to be swimming.
Right,
it's probably
right.
last on the list. So Omaha Marion has Karen Chris in the water.
Well, and I'm sure Pat, the other thing he's worried about is he's telling the girls, good starts, not great starts, okay? A couple years ago, they had a DQ that in the prelims that cost them some big points in the finals as well. That was a tough relay that year.
Caitlin Arntz in lane 6, though, would give Millard West the early lead. So a nice swim by Caitlin once again. Nicole Pappas, Nikki Pappas of Southeast, touched third for Southeast.
52.5 would have scored well in the 100 freestyle. Caitlin swimming out of her head today.
Side by side, Kelly Kunkel, the freshman for Omaha Marion, and Molly Pingilly, the freshman for Millard West.
Millard West, they're real strong in the first couple of legs, but it's one of those deals when you've got depth the way that Marion does. At one time of the season, Marion had the top 4 times in the 100 freestyle.
For the freshman Kelly Kunkel in lane 5, and the freshman in lane 6 from Millard West as well.
Kelly's done a nice job this year as a freshman. There's a lot of pressure. You never know how a freshman's going to react at this state meet. She's done a very good job. Now it's time the next 3 years to build on it.
Another freshman in the water for Millard West, Colleen Klaber. Jen Kosas swimming for Omaha Marion. In there for Southeast is Allison Bartle. And way out front is Jen Kosas.
Real tight race for third in there. Anybody's race. Lincoln East, they have the benefit of Jenna Stroud being their anchor.
Omaha Marion in 5. In lane 6, that's Millard West, which is second. Down at the bottom of your screen, it's a battle for third between East and Millard North. In the water now for Marion, Erin Holtmeyer, her final swim of her high school career.
What a way to go out. No question they're going to win this race. That's Jenna Stroud's last swim as well in lane 7. I'm sure she'd like to go out with a nice third place finish in this race.
And CJ Bray's last swim. Cassidy Bray in lane 6 for Millard West. So 3 seniors from Marion West and East. Holtmeyer, Bray, Stroud. They've been here many times before. They've been around the pool once or twice. Finishing up careers right here. And Holtmeyer going away. Marion will touch in a time of 3:29.68. 3:29.68, followed by Millard West, and Lincoln East finishes third. Nice points for Lincoln East in that team race. Omaha Marion The team of Karen Chris, Kelly Kunkel, Jen Kostis, and Aaron Holtmeyer finishing first with a time of 3:29.68, less than a second off the Nebraska State record time set by Marion just last year. So now to the boys' 400-yard free relay. This is the consolation final. North Platte in lane 3, Southeast is in 4, Prep's in 5, Kearney is in 6. Millard North and North Fork are in lanes 7 and 8. .400-yard free relay consolation final. Prep turned in the best time among these teams in the consolation final, 3:23.71. Jacob Innenbach, the senior, in the water for Prep. Adam Beckman in lane 6 for Kearney.
Adam getting his chance at 100 freestyle. First time we've seen him in this event at this meet. He's got the full body suit going. Adam's out 22-3.
Beckman opening up a big lead for Kearney.
Again, what an advantage. Just watch when the Kearney swimmers dive in. It's just like a dive bomb on Creighton Prep swimmers and on the lanes outside, Millard North. 46-3-3 split for Adam Beckman. What a great way to finish his career.
Beckman hands off to Michael Gibbs for Kearney. Scott Schaefer with a nice swim in lane 7 for Millard North. Justin Clark is now in the pool. In lane 5, that's Prep. Josh Riesberg.
Prep's got to be careful not to take the mentality they got to make up that distance in one leg. They just got to, it's like eating a whale. You take it one bite at a time.
So Michael Gibbs of Kearney out in front. But making up a lot of ground in lane 5 is Josh Riesberg. Also in lane 4, Adam Frederick of Lincoln Southeast. And in lane 7, Millard North, Justin Clark.
Nice thing is Prep closed enough of a gap that those relay exchanges were not a factor for the incoming swimmers.
Burke Wilson now in the water for Kearney. Robert Bowen for Prep.
This leg is where you'd expect Prep to at least be even, maybe a little bit ahead at the end.
Bowen making up that ground. Still Millard North third in lane 7. Lincoln Southwest, Matt Owes is in the pool in lane 4.
I'll tell you, Matt's had a great meet. He's just a sophomore for Southeast. He swam a good 200 and 500 swims. Good relay leg here.
So Bowen touches it into the pool for Prep is Michael Doran, the sophomore. Kearney has Sam Holmes.
Prep's got the lead. Now they're going to start running away.
Don't count out Nick Hartman in lane 4 for Lincoln Southeast.
That's a good point. Nick's 200 free relay leg looked real strong, but I tell you, the 100 is going to be tough going head-to-head with Creighton Prep.
And down in lane 7, Spencer Schreiber also doing a nice job for Millard North. Schreiber gaining some ground, as is Hartman. Can Michael Dorn of Prep hold him off?
Prep had a weak turn on that third turn there. Gives Nick Hartman a little bit of a window, but on the outside, look at Millard North.
Lane 7, that's Spencer Schreiber, and Schreiber all the way back from behind to take it from Creighton Prep. Prep finishes second, followed by Lincoln Southeast.
That's a big surprise.
What a swim by Spencer Schreiber.
Millard North at the finish. It looked like at this point, it was still Creighton Prep, but look at this last 5 yards. They just turned it on. Nothing like relays to get the adrenaline going.
Well, Ray is poolside with more Marion State champs. Ray.
More is right, but they've all got a smile. State champions with a great time of 3:29.6. The team of Marion, Karen Chris, Kelly Kunkel, Jennifer Kostis, and Aaron Holtmeyer. Aaron, I got to start with you. You're the senior. What did this mean to you?
It's tremendous. I've been swimming with these girls for 1 and 3 years, and I love them, and they're my family, and it's just amazing to finish out with them.
Now, the 4 of you have been working together, working on exchanges. You're a distance swimmer. You held down the 3rd leg with a quick 51.5. What'd that feel like?
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I didn't realize I was going that fast, but we really just wanted to do the last one, and for Erin, our senior.
Now, of course, Kelly, you're the freshman. What do you think about all this?
I don't know, it's such an amazing experience, and I've got the greatest teammates in the world, and it's great.
Karen, what do you have to say? I mean, it's absolutely been amazing meet for Marion. And we can say it now, 6 in a row. No team in the history of state swimming has ever won 6.
It's huge. We just think it's a huge team accomplishment. We're thrilled. But basically, we just go out there and try to swim our fastest.
Marion, congratulations. Go get your awards.
There goes Ray breaking those stories again. Marion, newsflash, has won 6 in a row now.
Really? Now, I tell you what, the real test is going to come in the next couple of years for Coach Pat DeBase. We're going to see what kind of a coach he is, because he's losing some big guns. And I tell you what, there's some young girls that the talent is getting spread out a little bit that I think Pat's going to have to look to depth to win the state championship. He can't rely on first place finishes. He's got to go to depth, and you know, it's a great opportunity for Pat to see what kind of transition he can make in that regard.
Well, through 22 events, Westside Elkhorn are leading on the boys' side. Millard West is 2nd, Prep is 3rd. And there you see Omaha Marion.
Hey, as great as it is, 6 in a row, they need to be proud. Never been accomplished. But like I said a little earlier, things always change. So there's time for other teams.
Let's take a look at the results in the girls' 400-yard free. Marion finishing first, followed by Millard West, Lincoln East, Southeast, Westside Elkhorn, and Millard North. The final splash in the pool of the day. The boys' 400-yard free relay. Omaha Burke in lane 3, Millard West in 4, Westside Elkhorn in 5. Scotts Bluff is in lane 6, Papillion La Vista in 7, and Lincoln East in lane 8. Final race of the day, of the year. Westside Elkhorn in lane 5.
Well, last chance at that 100 free. See what we got in store for Westside Elkhorn in 5.
Adam Sampson for Westside Elkhorn. Scotts Bluff has Zach Chain in the water. Andrew Little for Papillion La Vista. Eric Wright for Millard West. Brandon Christensen for Burke in lane 3. Opening up a big lead in lane 5 is Sampson. Or Zach Samler. One of the two. Looks like that was Zach Samler.
47-48. Hey, it's tough to keep swimming that event over and over. But he got his team a nice lead there.
Good look at the turns there.
Millard West is doing a nice job out in lane 4. You know, the key here is they want to close the gap a little bit on Westside. So again, those exchanges aren't a problem for them. They'll be anchoring Brendan Zubrod, so they've got some speed at the back end.
Westside Elkhorn in lane 5. Millard West is in 4. And in lane 6, that's Scotts Bluff. Nathan Blaylock.
Millard West swimmer seems to be all over the lane. I thought he was going to the outside to avoid the dive, but they're swimming exactly as they are seated right now.
In lane 5, that's Westside Elkhorn.
And Larry, You know, this is what happens when you got shaved heads and caps and we're a mile away. Zach Samlin will be anchoring that 400 free relay.
So Adam Sampson, Tyler Nielsen, Zach Hensley are in or have been in the water for Westside, and they lead it in lane 5. And standing ready to dive in is Zach Samlin.
All right, Zach, give us a show.
There he goes in the water.
Nice entry.
In almost at the same time in lane 4 and lane 6, Millard West and Scotts Bluff.
How exciting for Scotts Bluff to be in the hunt here.
Westside Elkhorn still with the lead. Samlin, the final 50 of his high school career.
Like Marion, what a great way to go out. They're big lead. Zach has a lot to be proud of. He had a great state meet.
And in lane 4, the race is for second between Millard West and Scotts Bluff. It's Millard West in 4, but Zach Samlin touches first for Westside Elkhorn in a time of 3:13, followed by Millard West and Scotts Bluff. Putting the list to 4th, Lincoln East 5th, Omaha Burke 6th.
Dynamite way to close out this meet. Question is, things are going to change next year in team races. A lot of foundations were set today. I'm sure the coaches are going to go back and start thinking about next year.
So Westside Elkhorn on top of the leaderboard, winning a state championship, and they wrap it up in terrific fashion by taking home the boys' 400-yard free relay. Back-to-back state championships for Westside Elkhorn. And 6 consecutive state titles for Omaha Marion. Be with us Sunday, March 6th as NETV Sports brings you NCAA men's gymnastics. The 10th-ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers host the 9th-ranked Minnesota Golden Gophers from right here at the Bob Devaney Sports Center. This is head coach Francis Allen's 36th year at the Husker helm, and he's looking for his 9th national title. It's the Gophers and the Huskers, Sunday, March 6th, live at 2 o'clock Central right here on NETV and NETV HD.
So this is Francis, 36 years.
Unbelievable.
Now, I got a question for him. Is his waist size bigger or smaller than a 36?
Francis is probably smaller.
Yeah, you're probably right. Now, I'll tell you, Francis had a great run over the years, and what a colorful guy to be around. The women are doing great this year. Up against #1 Utah last Sunday, and they're sitting pretty right now to go into the NCAA championships.
All right, let's head down poolside to Ray.
Well, I'll tell you, I've got a very, very happy Westside. Not only state champions in the 400 free, but guys, once again, state champion boys team. It's got to feel great.
Yeah, it feels good, but also feels bad at the same time because, well, it's over between us. We got our own team next year at Elkhorn. Hopefully we can contend next year at state meet.
Well, you know, guys, that's next year. This year you can be nothing but proud of the accomplishments you've all made. Of course, our champions here is Tyler Nielsen, Spencer Lover, and swimming third was Trevor Woods and Zach Samlin. Zach, being a senior, what does this mean to you?
It means a lot to come back and repeat again this year. And, you know, not everybody swam their best, but we came out here and we did what we needed to do as a team to win the state championship, and just to finish it by winning the 400 free relay is something I won't be able to ever replace.
Well, now, guys, I've noticed that Coach Krecklow has been limping with something around his leg. Don't listen to it. You throw him in and have a good time. Congratulations, our champions in the 400 free relay, Westside Elkhorn.
Hey, Ray, great job all afternoon down there on deck interviewing those guys and bringing the stories and the smiles and the excitement to us from poolside.
I think Rady's ready for some water.
That's good stuff. And also thanks to the entire NETV crew. What a great job they did. We talked about a late night last night at the hockey championships and a long weekend of wrestling last weekend. And Creighton basketball, hockey, the swimming. It's a remarkable job by this NETV crew to bring you this all weekend long, and we know you appreciate it. We hope you do, and please continue to support Nebraska Public Television.
Well, you keep a pace like that, you're going to wear the equipment out.
It's been about that hectic for those folks. And there are your champions, Elkhorn Westside.
Well, I got to tell you, NETV, the parents and these athletes and coaches, all the families, they really do appreciate this broadcast. I tell you, it's a special thing that we have here at Nebraska. This high school swim meet is something that nobody else can have, and we want to keep it going like it is.
Westside Elkhorn, your state champions, not only in the 400-yard free, but state champs of the boys' high school state swimming and diving meet. We will wrap things up, and we'll be back at the Bob Devaney Sports Center pool and take a look at everything that happened throughout the day. Stay with us.
From the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, this is NETV and NETV Digital Television.
Programming is provided in part by Education Quest Foundation. For over 15 years, Education Quest has offered free college planning services. These services include scholarship searches, student loan information, college selection, and help with completing financial aid application. Education Quest is located in Kearney, Lincoln, and Omaha. Appointments are available at 800-666-3721. What was a university? Who should go? What should be taught?
Book learning was probably not very high on their needs or desires.
True to the frontier, they had only dreams of a great university for all Nebraskans. Frontier University Dreams. Saturday, March 19th at 7 Central Time on NETV.
Are you living with a piece of the past? The History Detectives want to hear your story. Go to the address on your screen and don't miss the new season of History Detectives.
From the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, this is NETV and NETV Digital Television.
Of the 2005 Nebraska State High School Swimming and Diving Championships are brought to you in part by NPPD, always there when you need us. By Bryant LGH Medical Center, the first name in healthcare. And by the Nebraska Soybean Board, promoting soy biodiesel fuel, clean burning and renewable, making a difference for soybean farmers and you. Well, a successful and terrific day here at the Bob Devaney Sports Center pool. Take a look back at what's gone on throughout the day. We had a record broken. Adam Beckman in the 200 IM. As there goes Pat DeBase in the pool. Marion, state champion for a record 6th consecutive year. No other girls team in the history of Nebraska swimming and diving has won 6 in a row. They set an all-time scoring record this year in doing so at 328. We had 5 swimmers here this afternoon win 2 gold medals. One of them, Holtmeyer from Marion, closed out with 4 straight gold medals in the 50 free, all 4 years, freshman through senior year. Karen Chris continues her unbeaten streak.
Adam Beckman, state record?
Absolutely. So here's a look at the girls' team standings. Omaha Marion with the new record. 328. Lincoln Southeast finishes ahead of Lincoln East. 177-145. Westside Elkhorn 4th. Millard North 5th. And Millard Westside was 6th. That's a look at the girls' team standings, and there they are in the water, celebrating the 6th consecutive state championship.
I'm surprised Pat doesn't give them a workout while they're in there. Start on next year.
The girls are saying, don't say that too loud, Lee. Of course, earlier this year, Pat was inducted into the Metro Conference High School Swimming Hall of Fame after their 8th straight Metro Conference title. And now 6 consecutive state high school championships. You know, their motto at Marion has always been defy the ordinary, and they certainly continue to do that.
I'll tell you what, you know, Pat gets great talent at Omaha Marion, but I can tell you firsthand, I talk to Pat very frequently, week to week. He is dedicated to this sport. He loves the sport, and his objective is to get the most out of every swimmer that he can. And nobody puts forth more effort than Pat DeBase when it comes to coaching.
Well, he quietly leads that team, and it's now 6 in a row, 7 of the last 8. An amazing run for Pat DeBase and Marion. Go on the boys' side, well, we have a 2-time winner now. 2 times in a row. They've won 22 times overall. We're talking about Westside Elkhorn, and there's their state championship trophy.
I bet swimming's got their own trophy case at Westside, don't you think? 22 of those.
You have to. I just wouldn't be room. And I'm sure it's very proudly displayed in a prominent place.
Well, I'll tell you what, there again, Westside has done a nice job. In the last couple of years, they have either won or been in the hunt to win for probably the last 5 years.
And here they go.
I think they're forgetting the coach.
Yeah, the celebratory jump, but somebody's got to find coach, guys.
For those of you that are wondering what's going on, this is swimming's version of dumping Gatorade on the coach.
They couldn't pick up the pool and dump it on him, so they take the coach to the pool. Someone will soon realize that he's not in there and go find him, I'm sure. But let's take a look at the results from the boys' competition, and you'll see that Westside Elkhorn, as he just went in, Westside Elkhorn finishing first, followed by Millard West. Creighton Prep finishing third. Lincoln East fourth, followed by Papillion La Vista and Omaha Burke. There he is. Congratulations.
I tell you what, they did a nice job. This was a year where Westside, they did what they had to do in the prelims, swam well in the prelims, and I'd have to say they swam even better in the finals.
We certainly have to thank as well the Nebraska School Activities Association, meet directors Jennifer Haskell, Deb Velder, media relations Jim Angeli, everybody who makes it possible, from the timers to the stroke judges, relay judges, the turn judges, the diving, everybody. There's so many people that make this event go, and we certainly thank the NSAA. And don't forget, you can order a tape or a DVD of this event by calling 800-228-4630, or you can log on to netnebraska.org and get your copy of this state high school swimming and diving championships. It's something you'll be able to enjoy for years. Remember, NETV is Nebraska's home for sports. Well, congratulations to all of the athletes who competed in this year's state swimming and diving championships. And now for Matt Rye, Ray Huppert, and the entire NETV sports production crew, been a very, very busy week for them. I'm Larry Putney. Goodbye from the Bob Devaney Sports Center in Lincoln, Nebraska.
For 50 years, Nebraskans have turned to NETV for the finest in cultural, educational, and informational television programming. In that time, NET has added radio, satellites, and the internet to our services, making us much more than TV. To begin our next 50 years, we're proud to announce the new name for NETV, NET Television. When you think of PBS, think NET Television. When you think of the finest in local sports, think NET Television. When you think of Nebraska news and issues, think NET Television. The programs, the channel numbers, and the people will be the same, only our name is changing. Beginning March 7th, when you think of public television, think NET Television, Nebraska's PBS station.
This weekend on Statewide, too many Nebraska children are too fat. Not enough exercise and bad nutrition get the blame. Families play a big part, and so do schools with physical education and the school lunch program.
In the schools where we used to really promote it, we're seeing physical education classes being reduced and in some cases eliminated.
Be more informed. Watch Statewide this weekend on NETV.
When you become a member of Nebraskans for Public Television, you do more than support the programs you enjoy. You also receive the NPTV member card. Join today and enjoy special discounts and offers from these partners across Nebraska. Help support Nebraskans for Public Television and join today. For more information, visit our website at mynptv.org/members or call us at 1-800-634-NPTV. Coming soon to NETV.
Next time on Nova, the disaster.
The amount of energy to destroy this airplane, it's mind-boggling.
Now, chilling clues rise from the wreckage.
We're certified not to burn.
Look at it.
These affect anyone who flies.
Crash of Flight 111.
Tuesday night at 7 Central Time on NETV.
Programming on NETV is made possible in part by the Nebraska Soybean Checkoff. Soybeans are naturally low in saturated fats, are cholesterol-free, and are high in fiber and protein. Soybeans, a homegrown alternative.
Support for this program is made possible in part by Annette's Catering and Specialty Desserts, offering all types of catering in the Lincoln and Omaha areas. Information and menu suggestions available at 402-267-7445. You're watching NETV and NETV Digital Television, a service of Nebraska Educational Telecommunications.